morning.
Come on, buddy, come on.
So they put us through the turnstiles and turned us loose inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, visitors of all ages, the Bazuco Casino Circus proudly presents...
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for. Searching in the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor. Buried in your bones, there's an ache that you can't ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that was real is left behind. Don't fight it, it's coming for your own energy. It's only this moment, don't care what comes after. Yeah, fuck a dream, can't you see you getting closer? Just surrender, cause you feel the feeling taking over. It's fire, it's freedom, it's flooding open. It's a picture in the pulpit and you're blind devotion. There's something breaking at the brick of every wall that's holding all that you know. So tell me, do you wanna go?
Just like that, we are live. We're here at the market today. Boom, Bleecker Street Comics. Let's say hello to the chat quick. Las Cruces, how you doing, brother? New Mexico, Susie Q. Happy Mother's Day. Circumstances. Mr. Beckerman. Don't forget to watch Circumstances. The FOC and Chill. Mr. Beckerman, how you doing? Of course, Mike, Evil Mike's Comics, or Evil's Comics. What's going on? K-Pop Junkie in the house. We got Trev, the shipping guru, hanging out with us. How you doing, Trev? Good morning, sir. We got Bobby Delgado. And John, Big Daddy Ross, hanging out with us. How you doing, John? Good to see ya. DJ Wise Ass in the house. Bam. Good morning, everybody. We're here at the market. It's slow. Happy Mother's Day, of course. I'm sure all the wives and moms and got breakfast in bed this morning. All that wonderful stuff. Got no guests. I suspect that most of my panel members are hanging out with their wives and their moms. It's cool. Got some new stuff here at the market. I've been sort of offline the last week, sort of catching my breath. So I don't know what's going on. Hard to hear, eh? Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm wearing my stupid, these stupid fucking ear things, ear pods. They don't work very well for some reason. It's hard to hear. I'll take them out for now. You'll probably hear me better when they're out. So it's hard for me to hear when they're out. Not that anybody's on the panel at the moment, so it's fine. See how that works. Is that better, Marcus? Morning, Brian. How you doing? I know Brian does his morning show now on Sundays at 9:45. Give him a check out. He was on this morning. Glenn, how you doing? Glenn, I didn't send you a link. I should send you a link. K-Pop, can you send Glenn a link? Okay, cool. Yeah, better, eh? Yeah, I gotta get a better pair of ear pods or something. These things suck. Oh well. Such is life. Had Bobby come on last week and sing us a song to his mom. That was pretty cool. Got a lot of new comics in at Bleecker Street this week. Got that guy in. Be awesome. If you love your He-Man, Tons of new stuff on the walls today. That's cool. It's been pretty slow though. I suspect people are hanging out celebrating Mother's Day. Hopefully we can get some of those mothers in here. Golfing was awesome, actually. I was very good. I've only golfed once in a couple years, but so I was worried about how good I would be yesterday, and it was awesome. It was a little chilly first thing in the morning, but really fun. Had a good time. Got a birdie. Got a couple of pars. Yeah, I didn't get to do any ball cam. My brother didn't want to go live. He asked me not to do it, so I said okay, no problem. So no ball cam yesterday, but we'll get there. We'll get there this summer. Get some ball cam. I know, it was lame. It was very lame. That's all right. So K-pop says she'll be here soon. That's good, because you don't all want to just listen to my dumbass talk all fucking morning. Got 17 people hanging out with us. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Turns out I have over 4,000 hours watch time, but I'm not even close to 1,000 subscribers. So I have the opposite problem of most people. Lots of watch hours, no subscribers, which is cool. I don't mind. I'm already monetized, but that's cool. Glenn will be here in 5 minutes. K-pop will be here in a bit. Cool. Can't wait to see ya, folks. Steppo, who's usually with us, may join us today. I doubt it, because I think him and his significant other, Susie Q, have plans today, seeing as she's a mom. Indeed, sir, indeed. So what do you think? Best facial hair, best hair in the community? What do you think? It's pretty good. It's not bad. Take me to church. Mr. John's Comics with Kids in the house. I'm caught up on X-Men 97. He's doing a lot of shorts, actually, lately, talking about that, which is cool. I like watching him. He's a good dude. So check out John. Yeah, man. I don't know. That X-Men 97 show's been pretty dope. I know there's people that hate it. I don't understand how you can, but I am Captain Hook, Glenn. I'm all of the bad guys. Yeah, man. Absolutely. I'll be your Huckleberry if you'll be my Daisy, John. No problem, buddy. Mr. Collecto6, I was just talking about you. Hope you're well, my man. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. I'm gunning for an award this year. Gonna have brunch with your daughters later. That's nice. Harvey Keitel, nice. Yeah, I remember when I used to live at home, we used to do all that nice family stuff. Danielle Montoya, you look like a man with 6 fingers. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Everybody's saying hi to each other. Happy Mother's Day, Suzy Q, as they say. Trev, one of the best of us. Him and Evil Mike will be on later this evening, I believe. Not that they're not on other times of the week, but they'll be on later tonight as well. Don't forget to check them out. Phil starts at 4, I believe. He does his, I guess, sort of pack and chat, sort of, I guess. It's like a comic sorting and chatting, which is cool. Durs, I believe, does Sunday as well. I don't know. There's all sorts of Sunday shows. You know who they are. Go watch them all. Tell them I sent you. So that Bleecker Street sent us. Anybody wants to pop on, you're more than welcome to ask. I will send you a link. I know K-pop and Glenn will be on in a bit. when that happens. How you doing, my man? Everybody's saying hello this morning. Steppo picked a red rose for you. Wow. Steppo, you romantic fool, you. That's very nice, Steppo. Yeah, it's quiet at the market today, but we do have some cool books. Let's show some books, I guess. May as well. Go with the back camera. Let's see what's in here today. Oh, we got a new Star Wars toys. So these guys are all the die-cast Star Wars toys, which are pretty cool. All of our die-cast stuff. Some X-Force. Little Trish Stratus action. Here's the Emperor. What else we got? DC, War of the Gods. Very cool stuff. We got some new Amazing Spider-Man in. We got some Scooby-Doo action in. Captain Marvel, I think we just got that in today. Some Avengers. What else did we get? It looks like there's a lot of new stuff around here. Some Ninja Turtles. Got some Dazzler action back there. Witchblade. Some Moonstruck. Yeah. Lots of cool new things in here today. I brought in a ton of slabs, so there's lots of slabs as well. Whoa. Let's take a look. I'm actually going to get this guy signed by Capullo this year if it doesn't sell before June. I'm going to break it out of the slab and get Capullo to sign it for me. Maybe it'll sell then. Cowboy Bebop action. Avengers. Black Widow, the Gamerverse cover. Civil War. Yeah. Mr. Geek Out with Roscoe. How you doing, my man? Good to see you. Check out Roscoe every Monday with Between the Lines. He's got a cool one this week, so go give him a check out. I haven't drawn in a while. I might actually draw for this one. It sounds like a cool sort of thing. I think it's comic book characters with like a movie or something like that. So we'll figure it out. Everybody's saying hi to Roscoe, our favorite person ever. Maybe I should put the camera back on me. We're not looking at comics anymore. There we go. Now y'all get to look at my beautiful face. Got a ton of comics down. Oh man, that's weird. I can't see myself. My thing went weird. That's okay. We got Phil's Treehouse in the house. Just talking about you earlier, Phil. Go check him out at 4 o'clock on Sundays. He does a pack and chat, sort of. Hope everybody's mothers are having a good Sunday. Say hello to Miss So. She's usually... I'm going to remove myself from the stage for a second. I'll be right back. There we go. I can see myself again. We got Benny Compton in the house. How you doing? I like mothers. Yeah, yeah, me too. Thank you, Bobby. Loved your song to your mom. Yeah, man, that song was awesome. Bobby always blesses us with a song every once in a while. It's really nice, actually. Bobby, thank you for being you, buddy. We love you. Phil has a lot of mothers to thank today. So do I, actually. I know one or two. We have a guest in the back. I wonder who it is. Huh. I wonder who it is. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Boston Chris, in the house. Looks like he's looking for ghosts in the darkness over there, but that's fine.
No, I'm looking for the
Boston
guest in the
Bob-
back. You said there's a guest in the back, so I'm looking. There's a guest in the back. Really? Where? No. How's it going?
Yeah, not bad, man. You know, it's a morning. It's market day. It's a little quiet today, so
Market day. What's market
That's-
day?
it's where I sit at the market and try and sell comics, brother.
Oh, I thought it was actual like Canadian holiday. I was about to say, hey, all right, market day. What's going on there? I'll never
Although
forget
in
how
St. Catharines,
disappointed I
we do
was.
have actual market days. There's a market that goes in downtown, and they set up, I think, twice a week, and it's like a farmer's market kind of thing. It's pretty cool.
So I want to say hello to Trev, Evil, Susie, Roscoe, Bobby De La Ghetto, Phil. Who else? Let me scroll a little more. See who else is here. Ben Compton. You can't hide. I see you. Who else? Steppo was here not too long ago.
So-
And John's Comic with Kids.
Got Frog
Glenn.
Brawler in the house. How you doing, Frog?
K-pop. Oh, Frog Brawler's hit. Great. But I was never more disappointed when I actually found out, because I heard like, oh, they have this holiday mechanic called Boxing Day. I was like, oh my god. I was like, do they just sit around and watch boxing all day? Is it all just like? I was like, do they sit around and watch boxing all day? Is it like, they have like boxing matches like out in the square or something like that? Like what's it all about? Like, no, it's
Boxing
just
Day?
basically like, yeah, they're like,
Yeah.
oh, it's just basically you return all the gifts. And I'm like, what?
Yeah,
That
you
is the
return
most-
all the presents and get new stuff.
That's the most lame thing in the world. I was like, oh my god. I was like, yeah, Christmas, and then they have Boxing Day the next day. I was like, oh, that's gonna be amazing.
Boxing Day is a
I was
lot.
so
It's
excited.
like a deal sale day, but everybody just returns gifts and gets what they want. That's what it's.
Yeah, 'cause
That's what it's become.
It's the day after Christmas, right?
And I don't mind Boxing. Yeah, it's the day right after Christmas.
Yeah. So we I mean, down here it's basically the same thing. We just don't have an official name for it, but unofficially everyone does the same shit. You get something that you don't like or whatever.
Well,
you
you,
say,
you don't think Boxing Day is a great name for something? I think it's a great name. Except you're right. Everybody thinks that we're all beating the shit out of each other the day after Christmas.
yeah. I think I was excited. I remember. I think the first time I actually saw it, I was probably like 7 years old. So I was super excited. I was like, "Oh my god, Marvin Hagler's gonna be there!" And everybody, I was super excited. I was like, "Oh, they're gonna have fights. It's gonna be great." My father was like, "That ain't what it's about." And then eventually later on, I found out like what it was. It was a couple years later. He just said that's not what it's about, and then just left it at that. And then it wasn't until like years later I found out what they actually do. I was like, "Are you serious? What a waste of a good day like that." But yeah, down here it's basically like the same thing. They just don't call it Boxing Day. It's just day after Christmas. Like if you have the day off, that's pretty much what people do. They just sit there and because you don't need a receipt. You just take back. I mean, people could take back shit that they bought like months ago. It's like, hey, got this for Christmas. I don't even want it. Like, you knew you bought that back in March.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about Ben. Give me 1 second here, boss.
But how's everybody else going? We got Marcus says, Marcus gives the miss a hug. Oh, give the miss a hug for me. Well, that's nice. Oh, happy Mother's Day to anybody who's watching who's a mom. You guys deserve to be honored for the day, which is fun. Let's see. 1 week removed from Free Comic Book Day, and people had some really, really awesome stuff for Free Comic Book Day. A bunch of from sketches to books they picked up to the free stuff they came up with. And people, like, I have to say, there's a lot of really, really, really cool things comic shops do for that day, and I really do think that that's really one of the coolest things about the hobby is just that people kind of get together. They make it an actual whole like celebration for that whole day, which is awesome. So for everybody who made a video or shared on Instagram or wherever, the different stuff that they got, like, it was really, really awesome seeing everything that everyone got. So I almost feel like it being the week after, it's just like it's kind of like we need something else. We need something else big to happen, which I guess is going to be, what's the next big shop pass on Free Comic Book Day? That's terrible. See, that's the rough part. Some shops don't do it, but you know what you do? You got to just keep your eye out, because there's a lot of places that make sure that they have something cool going on. Like, some places like really do it up big. Like the shop I went to, they had artists. They had they were having like a raffle. They had all this crazy stuff going on, and then they're like, "Hey, come back next week, and we're opening like the record store portion of our shop." And I'm like, I don't care about that part of things, but it was really fun. Trying to think, what's the next big con to come up? Is it Heroes? Because I'm pretty sure it's got to be. I know that was it Dallas Fan Expo is coming. That's next month. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Heroes, I think, is next month too. So that's going to be huge. Yeah, Heroes, I have to say, of all the conventions I've seen people post about and just different stuff, that's the one I'm actually kind of like jealous that I haven't gotten to go to yet. I will one year. I just haven't had a chance to do it. But Heroes looks like that is unofficially the big like community con. Like, if anyone's gonna say like, oh, like like New York's like the biggest one, but like I don't know, man. Like as far as like people going down the guest list they have, and just community get together, like that's absolutely I think the biggest one. So yeah, look at that, June 14th to 16th. That's gonna be nuts. Beckerman's
I was just typing. Been back there for a few minutes.
He's just like, what am I doing? You just got me secluded out here. But yeah, I was just
fine. I was just chilling.
Yeah, just I feel 1 week removed from Free Comic Book Day, because it was actually a really fun time. I want to say it's one of the best ones I've seen in the past few years, as far as like people really getting into it and having some fun. So I'm looking forward to something new. Like I want to see the community posting some other.
No, it was a great day.
Yeah,
even with Marcus, that's how you know you've had a great day when you get. My fault for being a passenger. You know what I mean? Like I didn't realize I was signing up to miss every single exit we were supposed to go on.
So it's just like we're gonna miss all the exclusives, but it seemed like you guys did great no matter what.
We were filming a movie called Driving Mr. Ungrateful, because I've just been burying him. I've just been burying him for missing turns, because he's like the most distracted driver ever. In his defense, though, he was telling me what was wrong with me. So,
so he's just, you actually got to the shop, and if he just tell you what's wrong with you, and he's like, and here's another thing.
Yeah, and then every time we'd watch our exit go by.
It's like, don't interrupt me. I'm still talking. Now, when it comes to these things, like you could all you have to do is just focus. But yeah, like,
Bobby saw us, so we went down to Clint's Comics, saw
There you
Bobby
go.
De La Ghetto, who was working the door, got
Oh,
us
wow.
in. Yeah,
that's awesome. That's awesome.
they need
No,
a new building.
I'm trying to think. Like I'm trying to hear from people the guest list of community people that's going to go to Heroes, because I mean it's always a pretty decent. Like last year, the
Basically,
list
like
was-
90% of the community. Last year,
Yeah.
there was about 45 of us there, maybe give or take.
Wow, 45.
But this year, they're going to destroy that number because
Oh, yeah.
I think basically everyone I've ever heard of. I'm not going. Didn't work out for me, but a lot of people are. Circumstances is going. I'm going to send some books with him to get signed because there's a few of the old Extreme guys that are going to be there that I don't have SIGs from. Steve Platt and Dan Fraga.
Yeah. Steve Platt dusted himself off and has been going to shows here and there. So that's pretty cool because I know that he, just kind of faded away after he kind of. I'm trying to be nice about it because I don't think he's I don't think he's the one who's he just missed deadlines or whatever. Like if you look and see his art, it's just like he missed deadlines.
I don't care about deadlines, to be honest. I'm not the editor. That's the editor's problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think a lot of people look at it like we didn't get as much out of him just because and that's a bad taste in editors' mouths just because he took so long. But it's like, but he put out. I mean, the art that he put out there was awesome. So it's just like. But it's cool to see him coming back out and doing some conventions. So that's awesome.
Last year had a good guest list too. Like for me, at least, as a Midwest signature collector, it was nice to hit the East Coast. There's just some guys that don't leave the East Coast.
Oh yeah,
what's Bleeker showing us here?
He's showing us. It looks like some type of Joker type thing, but like medieval. Yeah. We got the ceiling. The roof looks good. I don't see any leaks. We're good.
There he is. Shut up, guys. He doesn't want our commentary. Now back to the 24-hour stream of Bleeker's forehead.
I say Dave out here. I think Dave Michelini is the last person that kind of just kind of popped up out of the woodwork and said, "Hey, I'm doing cons." So he's not doing many, but he did come out to a show in New Hampshire and
nice
Little Giant Con. Yeah, so
I got him by mail. He had an offer and it took like 2 years to get it back, but he threw in a sketch card.
Nice, that's awesome.
And it was just mail in. During the pandemic, he said he had some time, and I had seen it on. I'd seen it reshared in like a signature collectors group that, you just throw in a few bucks for return shipping and he would sign whatever you sent him. And I just sent, I think 2 books maybe, but he signed them and sent them back with a really nice little sketch card of Batman.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah.
I want to say
2 years, but what do you want for free?
There you go. I know that as far as convention lines for creators, the biggest one I've ever seen ever was Sam Keith, and he had done a con for the first time, and I don't know how long, but people were lined up. I mean, like his line rivaled William Shatner's line, which was insane. Because William Shatner had all these people, just people wanted to meet him, and and then next to that was Sam Keith's line, and his line like went down and around, so it went along the side of the building and around the corner. I was like, who are you guys waiting for? Oh, Sam Keith. He never does cons, and I'm just like, I can't believe that like this many people but they really wanted to see him. And and I guess it's just because he's elusive. Like he hadn't done a con, I think at that point in like 15 years or something like that. And so people were just like, it's like, seeing the white whale. We gotta, we have a unicorn in our midst. We had to go see him. So that I think is cool. Just looking at let's see. Okay. Roscoe says he's going to get his first appearance of Super Pro signed by Joe Driscoll. Another thing that you can get signed by him if you have them is those old Marvel Masterpiece cards. He did those. I remember I told him a story about how when I was in probably like the 3rd grade, we used to get into fights over those. I was like, Joe Driscoll. He's like, yeah, how you doing? I was just like, you were the cause of a lot of fights in my school. I was like, and he's like, what? I was like, oh yeah. He's like, we got in all kinds of trouble because of you. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, I have the old Marvel Masterpiece cards that you made. And he started laughing. I was like, oh yeah, we used to beat the hell out of each other for them because people would, we'd be playing games, at recess or whatever, and betting different cards and stuff. And then so it was like, oh, like I'll bet you this hologram Spidey-Man that this and that, and then all of a sudden the person that lost would get mad and then just start beating up the other guy. Oh, who took this or who stole that? So I was like, and he had a good laugh at that. He's like, that's one of the funniest stories I've ever heard. So I made him laugh. He said it was that he's honored to have gotten us all in trouble. I was like, that's how it is up here. I was like, people are just weird. Like we all gravitated towards those cards because those are just so well done. But so there's those, and then I think there's Moon Knight. I think it's number 18, maybe. It's one of the Moon Knights in the teens is a Driscoll cover. So be sure to check out those. Like if you're going to see Joe Driscoll, there's a ton of different art that you can get from him. And he's a super nice guy too. So, those cards were absolutely great. Like those are among my favorites that ever came out. And they're very, very expensive now. Like if you're trying to get like the little tin thing that they came in from back in the day, like people want a lot of money for those. See, David Finch will be a Heroes Con. Yeah, Finch we get spoiled up here because Finch I think lives up around this area, so he like up around the Northeast. So I've gotten to see him a bunch. So.
Canada, I believe.
Yeah, so he's frequent to this area.
Well, and he's a Spencer Beck client, so you're always going to see him at Terrificon, and you have a pretty good chance of seeing him at Heroes Con because Spencer has a presence at both. Well, and Spencer is the artist alley booker for Terrificon.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, what's funny is so Scotty Young, I think when he first started, did a couple of conventions. He did like a Terrificon, he did a Boston Fan Expo, and I think the last time he did that was like 2012 or maybe 12, maybe 13, and he hasn't been back since. And now this year he's going to Terrificon, so I'm like, oh man, like so I'm excited because like it's funny how some people tend not to like leave from their areas. Was like if you live on the West Coast, you'll always get to see this one guy, but. I know for a long time it was like George Perez, as he was, getting older and stuff. He was just like, I'm not leaving like when he started in his last few years, he's like, I'm not leaving the East Coast. Like I'm sticking right here. I was like, I can't, travel that far. So there was a lot of people like, oh, I want to meet George, and it's just like, unfortunately, that ship has sailed. But then,
he did C2E2 his last year of doing cons.
Yeah, it's just like that's as far west as he would go, though. He wouldn't really go. You wouldn't see him in California at all. And I know that there's certain people that don't really tend to leave like that California area. So, but it's always fun to see different people. So,
and that was another Spencer Beck client, funny enough, George.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, George was awesome. George was very, very nice. Like he was actually out of everybody I've ever met, he's my favorite person. Glenn.
Hey guys.
How's it going? Glenn? Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Hey, everybody. I hope everyone's doing okay.
I hope you're doing all right, man.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Things are progressing slowly, but doing okay. Happy Mother's Day to everyone in America.
Yes.
How are you both doing?
Yeah. Doing good, Glenn. Glad to see you.
Thank you, mate. It's good to see you too.
Yeah. You have any new pickups for us at all? Because you usually go with that stuff.
I do. I haven't been posting nothing for a while because everything's packed away. But I did get a couple of new parcels, and I bought a silly thing that I'm going to show in a minute. It's really funny.
All right. Yeah.
I just couldn't resist. Someone said to me, "Vader." I went over there and bought it. So, yeah, it's bloody hot today, or last few days.
Yeah.
Cool.
You guys having a heat wave over there?
Seems like it. My head's all sunburnt. Let's see.
Hey, it's better than snow. That's all I have to say.
Okay, you ready for this, Bleak? You're going to love this. Some
Uh-oh.
people have seen it, but most people haven't. But these are new to the UK last week. I thought I've got to have it, but look at that I got.
A Veda bear.
Yeah, Build a Bear, and it does.
Oh, that's cool.
And then got to play with a rod a bit here. Hang on. Don't get no ideas. Come on. Where's the
That's
button?
stage fright.
It is. I'm trying to find the button. Oh my God. Where is the button? Here's a comedy clip for you. Playing with my lollipop. This is ridiculous. It's in the handle somewhere.
And so you can light up the fire.
Way too
Oh
much.
wow, there it is.
Oh,
Wow.
it does light up.
That's pretty cool.
Sound effects.
Nice.
So,
That's not bad, man. That's
Yeah.
really cool.
Build a bear. Look at the feet. The feet are wicked. Look.
That's cool. That's Star Wars print on the foot.
I had to buy it. I just couldn't resist. I know
That's
Blake
not bad.
wants one
Pretty
now.
cool.
Yep. So here's a few books.
Here we go.
Hey Blake,
You're
go on mute,
muted,
mate.
Blake. If you're trying to make fun of that lightsaber.
Yeah, you get no more fucking books.
You're-
Get out of here. I'm just kidding. Just
It
kidding,
was
bro.
Vader, Blake. It was Vader. So I've got this one.
Oh, the foil.
Yep.
There you go.
Is
That's
that
cool.
one of those big time collectibles?
It's the world's finest, just issue 26, 25, 26. And
Is it
then,
really the world's finest? Come on.
I know, right? Now this one, this is really cool. I had to get this, and I'll see if I can do it, but you're not going to be able to
Oh,
see
okay.
it.
Next cover. Yeah.
It's connected cover, but I'll try and show the shiny bit. So it's
cool.
Superman.
This
So it's there.
is my villain. This is my villain stage in life.
And then, yeah, this is a bit awkward, this one, because I put them both together. And
What's the name of that character? I gotta think.
you got, it's too shiny, right? Oh, can you sit there?
Yeah, I can see his
Kinda.
body. It's not bad though. Like
It's
all right,
just too
that was not
shiny.
bad. Yeah.
But it's two of the issues together. Superman and Action Comics made that, so I had to grab that. My buddy
guys,
gave
how
me
are
this
ya?
one.
Good. Just
This
on a
is-
lot.
What is it?
Boris
Oh,
Karloff, Whatnot.
Oh, all right.
exclusive.
Yep.
I don't know
Was
if you can
is
see
that
it.
like when he's the mummy?
Yes, it's I'm not sure. I think it's Frank. Might be Frankie,
Oh, could
but I'm
be.
not sure. It's just Boris Karloff's face, basically. But that's
Yeah.
really nice.
Nice whatnot sale there.
Yep. And then
The
issue 2 of
fog.
the Fog. Really cool.
Is that based on the movie?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
I think it's a whole separate story, but and then I've got 2 parcels to open and I'm done. So not a lot. I've got more, but I'm not going to show them off
All right.
because Bleak will tell me off and say, "Piss off." We don't want you here.
Well, at least you know me.
So,
Exactly.
W Vogs would like a link.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we got. Oh look, here we go.
K-pop is not here at the moment. Bogs.
There you go. Nice.
An older Poison Ivy or a new one, I'm not sure, and a new Batman.
Nice.
And then last ones. These will be nice. I'm looking forward to seeing these.
Is that a tape?
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's
Yeah, I
awesome,
see
dude.
that. Well, I put some stuff in them. It's gonna become hot,
That's
so,
amazing.
yeah.
So we got
Oh wow, that's brutal.
issue 2 of Valentine's Day Massacre, and there's another cover.
Ooh.
This one's by Buzz Corpse,
Nice.
and then there's a couple more in that line, and that's it. So we've got that one.
Okay. A regular cover, I see.
Yeah, I love this film. It's one of my favorites, so I'm trying to get all the covers. That one. They even did the movie poster as well, which is fantastic. And that
Wow.
one. So they're all issue 2s. And that's everything.
You know what's crazy with that? Like at some point, because I remember those Warrior comics, everyone was like, "Oh, no one cared about them," and then all of a sudden, people find, "Oh, that low print run, that that's tough to get," and then all of a sudden, so like I say, like if it's something that you like, absolutely pick it up at the time.
Oh yeah.
If you wait on it, you may not get another chance.
Yeah, I missed those Warrior ones, but I wasn't too bothered, to be fair. But I do love the movie. It's one of my favorites as well. But I didn't grab those.
The video game of the Warriors is awesome.
Low print run like those Barbies.
They are. All those Barbies are low print run, regardless of what Dan wants to tell you. He couldn't believe that they're low print run, but they are, just because no one bought them.
My hair's a low print run.
Yeah, I remember
for you, Glenn, I would call it exclusive.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's better. I like that one.
Makes it sound fancier.
I'm exclusive.
Yeah.
The video game of the Warriors was really fun. It was actually very good. And I want to say the Moonrunners have the best intro in the world. Like there's some guys, there's like, and the way they come in the game, they're beating the shit out of her boyfriend, and the girl's like screaming and crying, and like dude's sitting there, and he just like, shut up, bitch, and he turns and he gives her a roundhouse, and then pops his collar, and the thing just comes up and says Moonrunners. I was like, oh my god, these guys are awesome. They were just that vicious in that game, but the Warriors video game was actually really good. All right.
Yeah, it was. I played that.
I'm just eating an ice cream. I'll be back in a sec.
If you have time, Bleak, W Vogs with a link. Who dat? Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there that are not here and there. And Church with Bleaka, it's a celebration.
Bugs wants a link. Bugs always wants a link.
Yeah. What's that link?
Okay, I'm back. I saw a couple of new films recently.
Oh yeah.
Cinema. I saw Kong X Godzilla or whatever. That was really good.
Yep.
I enjoyed that. And then I saw one called Tarot.
Tarot.
About the tarot cards. If you use someone else's deck, you unleash evil spirits, and they kill all the people who were red in the circle. It was okay.
Yeah, that one looked pretty good, actually.
Yeah. It was okay. Then I saw a really good one called Abigail about a vampire. It was excellent. I loved it.
Oh yeah. I think she's the one that's like, oh, I'm so sorry about what's the in the commercial. She's like, I'm so sorry about what's gonna happen to you, and it's like a little girl vampire.
Yeah, they kidnap her to get back to her dad for ransom, and she's a little vampire and goes around killing them. It's really good. Lots of blood.
Yeah, it looked like it was gonna be violent.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was another movie that was like that. It was like a blind guy, and I guess like these people went to rob his house because he supposedly had like some sort of like just a safe with lots of money or something like that. And it turns out that the guy is an absolute like monster. Like he's just like just this like sadistic like freak. And so he basically like it's like those same type of movies like, oh, we're gonna take advantage of you, and it's like, oh no, the tables have turned. Like, you now you're on my turf, and there's nothing you can do. And I guess it's a really intense movie.
That sounds good.
I don't know the name of it. I'll look it up right now. It's got the guy that was in the bad guy in Avatar. It is the psychopath in the movie.
Oh no!
God, what's his name? He's in like everything.
It isn't the one where no, it's not that one. He does a film where he kidnaps a girl, doesn't he, and lives in his house. Because that's him, isn't it?
Yeah,
as well.
Stephen Lang, I think his name is, right? Yeah, that is this it? Hold on. I think so it's called Don't Breathe.
Oh, I've seen that. There's a
I've
second
never
one
seen it,
too.
but like I've never seen it. But that movie sounds insane.
Yeah, it's I enjoyed it. The first
Yeah.
one. I haven't seen number 2 yet.
It I was just like hearing all about it. People are like, oh yeah, like the guy is like an absolute beast. Like, but it's like they break it, so it's kind of funny because like these people break into his house, fully intent on like robbing this man blind. I mean, he's blind, so and then they come to find out that the guy, like as they're just going through everything, that this guy has some serious things going on, and that and they basically figure out they're in all kinds of danger, and because he's blind, his sense of hearing is like super high, so it's like they have to be like ultra quiet, and I guess he just wreaks havoc on these kids. And
Oh, that's different from the Don't Breathe that I've seen. He has kidnapped someone and left them in his basement, and he's collecting like sort of people, and he's a kid. He's a bad guy in it. Like he's a psychopath.
Yeah. So the thing, see, like that's how it was explained to me, is that these people are trying to rob him, but I think he does, like I think they do discover somebody in his basement. So it's like one of those deals where because that's what I mean is that like they have no idea what they've kind of stumbled into, and then it's just like, oh my god, like we are in serious trouble, like we should not have come. So it's like those kind of movies are pretty crazy because it's just
Morning,
like
gents.
how's it going?
Good, how are you guys? Glenn, long time no see, man. How have you been?
Hello, mate. I'm good, thanks. How about you?
Good, man. Miss seeing you. Yeah, I've got like 20-something books to show. I can fly through them real quick.
Yeah. So Evil Mike was saying, and I just before that. So Evil Mike, I don't know if he's asking or if he's confirming that Don't Breathe is has a part 2, or I think he might have been asking does it have a part 2, or so either or. But either way, it's a movie I need to watch because I haven't seen it yet. But it's pretty crazy though.
Yeah, Mike knows. He's telling us we've both got bits of it and put it together, and we're right.
So yeah, I got 20-something books, like 15 from Paul and the 619, and then the others are from Batmite. So it's Batman books. So I'm ready. Yeah, that's my nickname on YouTube, Wiglet. It's a Pokemon, and he calls me that. It's a joke, but I don't know. Okay, I'm ready whenever you guys are. First, we got Anniversary of Batman.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I'll show it again. And we got this one.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, I'm a big Batman guy. Got this one. Well, yeah, my comic collection has expanded since I've talked to you a lot. Like,
Nice.
Got this one. I like this one. Just the ladies on the front.
Yeah, the colors are good.
The bad thing about having a big collection is when you've got to move home, it's a pain in the arse.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
This one's really cool. What up? Who that?
Wow. Is who that going to the bank?
Either that at church.
That's nice.
Well, he's already at church.
Then we have this one.
That's a cool cover. I like that.
Yeah. Chris, by the way, I just followed you on Instagram. This one's insane. Look
Hey,
at this.
cool. That's a nice one. I like that. Batman is a vampire.
Dude, yeah. This one's interesting.
Oh,
Brainiac. Yeah. And then, yeah, I also went the day after Free Comic Book Day. I got everything I wanted except for the Spider-Man and the Avengers. I did get Space Ghost, and I'll have to say I like Space Ghost a lot.
I would say, yeah, I've seen a bunch of people posting different stuff with Space Ghost recently.
Oh yeah,
so.
Space Ghost is good. Look at this one. I got this.
Yeah,
one.
there you go. That's like Bronze Age one.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, my collection. Even though I just started like a few months ago, everyone's like, "Oh, do you collect the newer books?" I prefer detectives. Just I love it. I love it. I love it. We got this one. Him and Sherlock Holmes. Shout out to England. Shout out to Glenn.
That's cool. It has the detective.
This one's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, they had some really good covers in the Bronze Age.
Oh yeah. So the first one was from Paul, and this is from Batman. This one's cool. The Wail of the Ghost Bride.
Yeah.
Again, Bleeker, thanks for having me, man. Good to talk to you again.
That one was
This
that one.
one's really cool.
Ooh.
5 stories in one. We got Origin of Alfred, Origin of Clayface, the Origin of Robin, The Man Behind the Red Hood, and The Game of Death.
Very nice.
Yes.
This is probably one of my favorite Batman covers I have because, like I said, I'm a big detective guy. This isn't detective, but
Yeah, that's a cool one.
I think, yeah. This one's really cool. It's Batman against the KGB. I think that's
there you go.
Vladimir Lenin.
KG Beast.
KG Beast. This one's cool.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
What number is that?
One I just this one?
Yep.
463.
Okay, we're getting close. I own a page from a book in that room.
We got 474.
Nice.
This
it a
one's
break
probably
though,
my
Kate?
favorite cover I got of them all.
Oh yeah. That's yeah, I remember that one. Now is that what's his name? Montoya?
Yeah, I think it's after he killed or tried to kill Gordon. Detective Gordon.
Morning,
This one
Steppo. How
just
you doing?
screams.
Steppo.
This
Hey!
one screams Jack Nicholson all day.
Yeah. That one.
All
That
day.
one. I think those two in a row. Renee
Yeah,
Montoya.
I think they yeah, it's 415, 451 exactly.
Yeah.
This one.
There you go. I love those Bronze Age covers.
This one, oh yeah, this one's cool.
There you go.
Another KGB one.
Yep.
This one. Batman and Zorro. Those Gordon and his wife went to go see Zorro in the movie. It's kind of stupid. This one has a really good, interesting ending. Spoilers. I'm gonna give spoilers real quick. At the end, Robin pushes this guy off the edge, and Batman swings in and says, "What happened? Did he slip or whatever?" And Robin had saying, "Oh, he fell."
Yeah.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Nope. No, he didn't. This
Bad
one's
Bobby.
cool.
Why do I think Batman, like Dick, when he was with his parents and they died, was he seeing a Zorro movie? Was he seeing a Zorro movie? I feel like he was.
Yes, correct.
This one's really interesting.
Yeah, it was what was it? The Jason Todd one was that run was Jason Todd.
We got this one.
That's a cool cover. That's a busy cover. That's cool.
These two connect. These two are 454 and 453. Yep. Dark City.
Yeah.
I was talking to Mike DiCarlo a couple weeks ago, and he did a lot of the Batman inking that you've been showing Vogs. And he was the inker for about 6-7 years on Batman. And he was talking about him and Jim had a deal because, you know, back then the penciler and the inker would make a deal as to how they would distribute the pages between them. And they did a 50-50 split. And he said, my biggest regret is selling all of those pages for $25 to $50 a piece.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This one's cool. The Gargoyle.
Yeah, that's awesome. So he sold for 25 because I mean,
yeah, in the 80s, that was kind of like what pages cost back then.
Beckerman, where'd you read that?
I didn't read it. I know Mike DiCarlo, and I was talking to him.
Oh, you said you were talking to him. Dude, that's crazy cool. This one's cool. Breaking the Batman.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. That's the Bane one. Yep. That's a good one.
Nightfall, right?
Yep.
And then we got this one.
Yeah, that's a cool one. That's a nice like horror looking one.
Kelly Jones.
All right, I gotta go, everybody. Y'all have a good day.
Have a good day, mate.
I said hello.
You taking off with that?
Yeah, I gotta go.
I'm
All
almost
right.
done with them, and then the next
Have
person
a
can
good
go.
day. Hope
I'm
your wife. Happy Mother's Day to your all your family and all that. I heard that.
We got
All
this
right.
one with what is it, Maxi Zeus?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was a lunatic for God's sakes. And then we have this one,
Nice annual there.
and then the last one. This one looks horror too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm
Batman.
gonna kick it with you guys for a little bit because I have no Mother's Day plans for a little while. So
Very nice. Have a good day. Who that?
And Mother's Day's in March. Isn't that weird?
Repping the shirt.
ooh,
Look at
I
that.
have
Oh,
to do
yes.
this. I'll be shifting to something a little different for the Mother's Day. We're going to do a brunch somewhere. It's coming up on 9 here. It's about 20 to 9, and so my early prognostication is actually more of a brunch-ish thing, which is fine. I brought out just a little bit of joy here. Here's Pioneer West Romances. They changed the title, but it's still Fire Hair.
nice.
Fire hair. That's cool.
Fire.
Better than Fire Crotch, I guess.
Here's a Joe Orlando cover.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Very cool.
Rocket Moon, right up my alley. I like that.
Is it painful, Blake?
The moon. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Pocket full of comics. Who inherited got his grandfather's golden age collection of 700 some books. It's an awfully nice thing. His grandfather's about 86.
Is that the gentleman that was on Alan's show with you guys on?
Yes, that's the fella,
Friday?
Tyler. Tyler,
Yeah,
nice guy.
he's got amazing stuff over there.
He has this was one that he had pulled that Alan had said, no, don't put that in the crummy pile. That's a good one.
I was so like, obviously he's got amazing books, but if you watched the show on Friday, he showed a page of books that his father had or his grandfather had, and they had gotten wet, and he threw them out. I was like, it was all the low run Batmans. I was like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, the
Of all the
52.
stuff.
Yeah, that I just about I almost threw up. I said, "Oh God!"
Yeah, of all the stuff that he threw out, I'm like, oh my god, no.
Of all the stuff to throw out, I said, couldn't it? I guess he has an awful lot of Red Rider, which there's nothing wrong with Red Rider, but Red Rider ain't Batman.
Ain't Batman at all, no.
Hey, dude, those are still nice books, man.
Oh, nice.
Saint number 2.
That's awesome, Stefan. I like the headers on those old comics.
Yeah, those are
Looks
awesome.
wicked. Looks
This
wicked.
is by an artist named Alan Ulmer. And this is a Walter Johnson, who was another good artist. This is his take on the Saint.
The only Walter Johnson I knew was a baseball player.
This has this is still an Avon book, but you'll notice that it has the ACMP Died of Borning code on it. American Comic Magazine's parade or whatever it was, which it never took they couldn't get everybody to go along with it, particularly Bill Gaines, because they said to Bill Gaines, they said, we can't do this, that, the next thing, we have to change all that. He says, that's all the stuff I have, forget you. And he walked.
I like William Gaines quite a bit, actually. Or Bill, I guess.
Bill, we call him Bill now, do we?
We call him Bill. Is that what we're doing?
Billiam. Hey, can we combine the names? Call him Billiam. Billiam Gates.
I love it. William Gaines.
This is a pretty good
that's
one.
That's a cool cover, yeah. That's dope. You can always get me with skulls for some reason. Love it.
Yep.
Evidently the registration on this book is particularly good. The guy that had it, I sold it to Jeff Itkin, Elite Comics Golden Age Guru,
Right.
and so then when it fell out of favor or he was looking at something else, he sold it to me. But the guy that when I posted it, the guy goes, he says, "Yes, that was my book. That has the best registration of that cover of any one that I've ever seen." And I'm not an expert on Shadow Comics, but the bad guy's name is Thade, 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 and he is a bad cat.
That does look
you
dope.
got Bobby Delgado and Frog Brawler loving it for sure.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Here is one of those little pocket digest books from
Who is that?
1954. It's Betty Page.
Yeah, it's Betty Page.
And it's the highest graded one, 9.6, and it really wasn't very expensive. But it's this case is so enormous they have it segmented and what have you, so it can hold it. And on the back there's leg show, all wrapped up in nylon.
Dude, that's gorgeous.
I
would buy one of those in a heartbeat.
I wasn't ready for. I bought the Snatch comic, Robert Crumb comic, and when it came in, I wasn't ready for it to be that small. It's a tiny little book just like that. I was like, oh, that's weird. I never.
Yeah,
I didn't know
the picture shows. I said, boy, that'll be a beauty. And then you get it, and you go, what? It shrunk.
I know. I'm like, is this the miniature? What's going on here?
Here is Slick Chick.
Oh.
This is number 2 from 1947. Frank Little did the cover, and this is controversial because it was implying something.
Oh no, it's pretty heavy.
Yeah, it's not
Very
implying.
bad. So that was like, why do they have tails? That's fucked up, man. Whoever did that should be ashamed of themselves.
I know, right, Chris?
At least, but we won't. We have advice for bad skin, though.
Well, you gotta have the acne commercial in the back.
Like you
have
do.
that.
Like
Yeah.
you do.
Yeah, for real.
Here is Smash Comics number 43 from June of 1943, and it has the very first appearance of Lady Luck on the cover.
Nice.
Very cool.
Her very first appearance was in number 42 in Smash Comics.
You got some really beautiful stuff.
Yeah, very cool.
The spirit. Really cool.
There's a fella named by the name of Lou Cameron who has done any number of covers, Hand of Fate and a bunch of other ones. He worked for Ace Magazines and other companies. And I think probably one of the most recognizable it was a set of only 3 books called Space Action. And these are I have the 3. Here's number 1.
That's
wow.
cool.
Gorgeous.
That's really well drawn back then.
Yeah, that's really nice. That would get my eye. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, you and your bubble helmets.
I love the bubble. I can't help it, bro. I don't know what it is about the stupid bubble
Dude.
helmet, but I love it.
That's awesome. I'm actually like amazed when you see artists that draw that well from back then.
Oh yeah.
Here he is, the monster with long eyelashes. And he's carrying the frail, and he can't believe, his reaction to it. He has a very well sculpted ray blaster.
Theirs isn't going live.
I also love the old ray blasters, like the guns that they have on the space covers as well. I think they're awesome.
And I love
Bear says he's unplugging from YouTube today, so there's no live stream for himself. Have a great show and day. Stay legendary to all the moms out there.
I thought we were gonna have a show tonight.
Yeah. You know what?
So
Frog Brother brings up a good point. I wanted to ask, like, maybe Steppo, you know this or not. Is that the first of the mirror image type covers?
Of the what?
So you know how they have those mirror image covers where it's just like you'll see like
mirror image. I honestly don't know. Mr.
They're actually
Celtic.
called reflection covers, and the one that inspired Hulk 340 comes from the Bronze Age, and I believe it was done by, I'm going to say Walt Simonson, and I think I'm right, but it might have been Arthur Adams.
I am curious about those. Thank you for finding the word. I said reflection later on, but I was just like, my brain's so scrambled. So
they're referred to as reflection covers.
This one's from August of 1952.
That might be the first one.
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be like it's got to be something
Gotta be
something
close.
early.
Yeah, it's got to be close.
Here is the and this is issue number 3.
Look at
This I had gone to CBCS because Steve Borak, who's a friend of mine, went over to CBCS when he left CGC, and so when they first started up, Borak had the over because he was the main grader for CGC and a lot of other stuff, and so when CBCS started up, I was trying to help him because CGC had too much and they were slow and there was problems. And unfortunately, this one is just a hair too big to fit into the CBCS slab. So I basically, when I got it back, I just sent it into to CGC and it came back in 8.5.
Wow.
Wow, for that old, dang.
That's really cool.
I wonder why they
That's a
stopped
gorgeous run. That's a
making
beautiful 3 books.
those.
Gorgeous. Fuck.
We're still in space.
I love
Yeah.
the space. Give us space,
Oh,
baby.
nice. I
Now,
wouldn't want.
Stepo, Borak's no longer with CBCS, correct?
What
He
is
went,
that? Is that
No, I think he's with
Lone
something.
Star, right?
Yeah, he's with something. Yeah, he's with something else now. He parted ways with CBCS, but he's definitely on his feet.
Yeah.
Is
Oh
that
no.
a
Yeah.
dinosaur / horse / what is that thing?
A bubble helmet, and then he's got his he has his claws, his red tipped claws, going into her bare thigh. And the trope is always so funny is that the girl is half naked and hanging out, breasts aloft, and he's all in his protective gear with bubble helmet and everything else, and then she's just like she has her dance shoes on. This is a
How's she
Frank
breathing? How's she
Frollo
breathing out
cover.
there?
I was gonna say she's got to be an alien.
proven fact that women are space proof.
They are space proof.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Well, you remember in Watchmen, years ago, Silk Spectre, she didn't die instantly being out in space with no air. She just kind of like looked at him like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh yeah,
I could give the science behind it, but it would probably be wildly offensive.
I think that it would be. And on Mother's Day. And on Mother's Day.
And on Mother's Day, no less.
Yeah, let's keep that to ourselves. I think.
Perhaps for another time.
Another Sunday service.
Space, something appropriate for church, definitely.
Right.
Space Detective, number 2. And this one is this cover does tend to be faded quite a bit. This has pretty much the full color headshot. And again, he's got his protective suit on. He put his helmet down, and she's in her Daisy Duke top and her form-fitting jeans.
Yeah, she's just chilling, ready to
She's
start
fake
trouble on the
proof.
planet. She's ready to go after the Batwoman of Mercury.
Space is very muggy from the waist up.
This is a Hollywood and Joe Orlando cover.
Nice.
Like women need to dress light space because they overheat out there.
Alan, my friend Alan was saying that the Westerns have not really taken off as much, and there are Westerns that are more good girl oriented because in about 49, when Good Girls the 47 to 49 was sort of the heyday for the straight up Good Girl stuff, the Fox Feature Syndicate, all of those ones, JoJo, Rula, all those, all top. But what happened was when they kind of died out, standing alone, they basically spread out to everywhere: science fiction, westerns, superhero, pre-code horror. The Good Girl stuff the girls went everywhere. And I said, no, there aren't very many good girls with westerns. And I said, not only do I have space for you, I have a space western for you.
Nice.
Birds with one stone. It's the exception to the rule.
He's got jokes, folks. He's got jokes.
And this is thank you, Sue. This is a Capitol comic, but it actually is Charlton. The Capitol, the logo for the Capitol is right there by just by the W of Westerns. Kind of hard to see. Capitol Comics. This one, it has the Moonbat story, which is very good. But the one with the looks like a rose, but it's not. It's a swastika on the back of that dagger. And it's the story about how Hitler survived. And then he went out into space and was trying to conquer planets in space.
As one does.
And
That makes sense. That makes sense to me. That's perfectly.
I mean, that man's ambition never stopped.
the man had a plan, and the back, again, but they very nicely put the date stamp on the back cover rather than defacing the art. I have a real peeve about newsstands where they had stamps, where what they would do is they would deface the books. They would deface them. They would stamp them on the thighs and faces and breasts and stuff, or they would just put it in a very inappropriate place. It's disrespectful to the product. It's especially disrespectful to the customers buying it. And I really, now, I mean, a tasteful date stamp and stuff like that is and part of the day and what have you. I have no problem with that. But I'll get the illustration I always use is that bonnets stamp that they have that's like a half a page big.
Wow, Frank.
Morning, DJ Links. How are you, sir? And
So this is
fantastic. How are you?
This is June 13th, 1953 was when this was on the newsstands.
Wow.
And it's a newsstand copy.
Yeah, they all were, but
that
is a newsstand.
The ever exclusive 1953 direct copy that doesn't exist.
It pisses me off when sellers list that for like a 1975 book. Yeah, you're right. It's a newsstand because
Yes,
that's all
there's a reason.
It bugs me so much. It bugs me so
Disingenuous
much.
bastards.
Yeah, when a seller does that, it bothers me to no end. I hate it. Like, if it's
You
a
know, the other-
'90s newsstand, then we're talking. Now we're talking.
The other thing that is so funny now about when they grade books, they say white pages. It's white pages because all of its cover stock now. If it wasn't white pages, there's something radically wrong. Everything is white
you've
pages
soiled
now.
it in some way.
This is Star Spangled Comics #1.
Like it.
Dang.
By Jerry Siegel, who was the writer, and Hal Sherman, who was the artist. Jerry
So, do you
Siegel.
wanna hear something funny is it's not a
Isn't there a
comic,
big American flag on there?
for the Star Spangled newspapers, you know how they made the Star Spangled newspapers back in the day for the war guys? Jackson Brown, his dad, the singer, his dad was a writer for one of those.
I did
Very
not know
good.
that.
The nice thing about the early #1s from
Oh.
DC, they gave you a nice poster on the back cover.
Oh, look, it's Captain
Stripesy!
America before Captain America.
No.
That's really cool.
That's like
Nice
the American
robot
flag on
cover.
2 people.
Yeah.
This one was just very strange, and it wasn't terribly expensive. It's a Farrell comic. America's Best is what they had for their logo, and it's called Strange Journey, #3 from February of 1958. And it's a Titanic, the ocean liner Titanic cover, and it's like this sort of a Circe kind of a siren gal waiting for Titanic to smash into the iceberg that she is reclined on.
What the
Very
heck?
strange.
That's
journey.
a cool cover. I
He's like, come over here. I've got treat, food, and
Yeah.
drinks.
Isn't that and the way her face is and how she's drawn?
Yeah.
For a code book, I was stunned by this.
Well, it's actually, a cool concept too, just because it's like, oh, so no, that's how they hit the iceberg, because she was basically like, enticing them in.
Enticing.
She's like, I missed the ship. A speedboat
What's up,
dropped
Lady
me
F?
off. Can you pick me up?
Here is Strange Mysteries, and a Superior comic from Canada.
Oh wow, that's
It's
really cool.
terrifying, startling, and suspenseful.
And
I like
superior.
that. I like that they're coming out of the. Is that a swamp or is that?
Yeah,
are they-
they're coming out of a swamp. It's a really interesting story. It's the story of some old guy Barnes, who has a treasure, and he has a house there in the swamp, very, very fancy mansion. And so he dies, and his relations are all trying to get his treasure. They all know he has a treasure, and so it's this niece and nephew people come, and they're talking to the attorney, and then there's kindly Aunt Clara, who is the sister, who is odd person out, and they're saying, well, Clara, you have been nice to us our entire lives. You're the sweetest, most wonderful person, but you can get out now because we've got the house. And they instantly make you understand these people are bad cats. And so then there's the guy goes out. He's wandering around in the swamp. Something good is going to happen. You understand that right away. And he sees this treasure chest kind of surface from in the swamp, and then goes back down into the water. So he goes out into the water to get it. Then he's dragged down like by these guys. And so he's screaming, and that's the end of him. So then she goes out and she says, where's Joe? I can't find Joe. She says, well, I can't find Joe. Well, that's too bad. I guess now I get all the treasure. I guess I'll get the treasure. I guess it's okay. So then she sees the same thing, and then she gets dragged down screaming, and they come into this subterranean chamber in which is Old Man Barnes, but he's all misshapen and ghoulish and ugly, and there's a whole bunch of his minions who are also ghoulish and ugly. He says, all of these people wanted my treasure, and you did too, but now you're going to be dead. You're dead. And they said, no, we want the treasure. We want to go. He says, no, you're not going anyway. You're dead. You're staying down here with me, and now I can rest because I've killed all my greedy relatives. And so then the cops come. They can't find him. He says, well, I guess the swamp got him. Well, gee whiz, that's about it. Okay. Well, Aunt Clara, because it'll come to you, which is what Old Man Barnes wanted in the first place, but he died before he could change it. So then they're out walking, and she says, well, I'm just so happy that I have the house. I love my Mr. Barnes was so nice to me. I love him so much. She's so perfect. Then the treasure chest surfaces from the swamp and comes ashore. She has the treasure as well.
Nice.
But it's drawn really well if you ever look on the inside of that.
Is that the origin of Swamp Thing?
Massively relaxing. How you doing?
Here's youthful romances, and Joe Stud is there. He's the lifeguard, and he's surrounded by 6 women.
That
sounds like a good day to me.
No, that's an unlucky man right there. That's 12 disappointed eyes.
And he's such a stud that he will be able to take care of all 6. And he will still have enough time and effort and juice in him to take them all out for a cup of coffee afterwards. And it's so odd. It's a non sequitur, but there is Les Paul and Mary Ford in a black and white picture.
Wow. Les Paul. Dang.
And I don't quite understand what the raison d'etre for that is, and this is from Ribbage Publishing from my birthday, September of 1953.
So that's your birthday book.
It's a
That's
birthday
your birthday book? That's awesome.
It's my birthday book. It's my birthday book.
I'm still trying to find my birthday.
I haven't even looked up to see what my birthday book is. I
still need to find mine.
And then I'll finish with 3 more, and then I will relinquish the field to other talent.
Well, Collecto6, it was nice meeting you, man. I'm going to connect with you on YouTube. I'm Voss.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not on YouTube. I'm on Instagram.
I got you, man.
I'm at Collecto6 on Instagram. Come on ahead. I'll love to follow you. Here is Ken Bald's great cover with Sun Girl.
That's really cool.
She only had 3 issues. Here is Sun Girl number 2.
What's her powers? To harness the power of the sun? Say
she actually was the secretary of the original Human Torch.
Really?
Yeah, and she was his girl Friday. And in these books, he is, of course, as you know, the original Human Torch is an android. He's not. Someone conjured him up. He's not human. However, time has passed gracefully for the Human Torch because he's shacking up with her and they are cohabiting.
Interesting.
So it's one of the so anyway they live together. Oh gosh, and he says, but then when Toro was having family troubles or some screwy deal, she became his partner in Human Torch comics, but she's a skilled fighter. On her wrist is a little bracelet called a sun ray. So like Phantom Lady had the black ray, and this one has the sun ray that would blind the eyes. She was very athletic, judo, martial arts, etc., and tough and beautiful. This is kind of funny. They're all looking at her picture in the magazine, and there she is standing right in front of them.
Yeah, that is funny.
And the last one is Sun Girl number 3. All of these are by Ken Bald.
Nice.
And The Mysterious Beauty. And I think that his face and hair work are second to none. And Stan Lee,
that's perfect.
Stan Lee said that Ken Bald was his favorite go-to guy for pretty character faces.
That's awesome. That's high praise. That's like crazy high praise.
So that's my
awesome,
stuff for church.
Well, that was a beautiful, beautiful set you got, Steppo.
Yes. Thank you, man.
My pleasure, totally.
Where's Chris? Oh, he stepped out. Glenn, I missed you.
He just hiding.
And Beckerman, I'm finally getting to meet you on a stream.
Calm down, Beckerman.
Yeah, I know. Calm down.
Try and hold that down, Beckerman.
Hey, Bleak.
I was just thinking of two different
responses.
2 different times I've been live streaming with Boggs, and I thought, wow, I'm really not memorable, I guess.
Dude,
you're very memorable.
So much lately, I'm tired. Dude, I'm still laughing because when Gary was interviewing Bleak, Nauman comments, I didn't even know that was Bleak, and he's like, "Really, bro? I've grown this mustache too for many weeks."
What? I have a Superman mustache. You just don't.
I love
it's
the
me 'cause I have a
mustache, dude.
mustache
You
now?
look
Get the
awesome.
fuck outta here.
No, it's Three Musketeers for sure. It's Inigo Montoya.
Looks a little Frenchy to me.
Yeah.
Whoa there, bud.
So it's St. Catherine. St. Catherine's real close to that Mecca in Canada of all those Canadians. Those Canadian
Chris,
Frenchies.
what do you think about Bleak's mustache? What
You
does
know,
it
it's not my
remind you
fault.
of?
I'm beautiful,
I have no
guys.
problem with
I'm
it.
sorry.
It's cool.
I get it. It's not my fault.
Okay, so we've heard from Rene Dupree up there.
He's got a very Errol Flynn-esque type thing with the little patch on the bottom too, which is
I
like.
do like it.
No, Bleeker, I actually mustache you a question. You know what? I'll shave it for later.
Aha, this guy. Starting with jokes.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
There may be more mustaches somewhere.
Well, if Bleak falls on hard times, he's gonna tag girl with the tracks and just like, yeah, sitting there just waiting for the train to come.
Twirls his mustache. Yes.
Better watch it. I'll tie you to a train track.
It's not quite a Snidely Whiplash, but it's getting there. It's cool though. I like it.
It is fire.
All right. Well, that was awesome, Steppo. Those are great books, as always.
Thank you.
Oh, those are amazing.
I'm sorry, Hudat didn't get to stay. I'm guessing he's gone to spend time with his
Time with the
mom and
family.
his wife.
Who that loves his family?
Fucking loser, eh? What a loser. Loves his family and shit.
Yeah, we're not all touchy-feely over here.
Got feelings and stuff. Big guy.
All these people with families.
Families and feelings.
They're a bunch of
Gross.
suckers.
Gross.
I'm against it personally.
Oh man.
Speaking of Hudat, I was on his auction. He had a pop-up auction with a couple other fellas, and I saw something that I had to buy for Bleecker because it's him.
Nice.
Black and white cover. Is it an O-Bar cover?
It is
Bleecker?
not. It's not an O-Bar cover, but I'm gonna get James O'Barr to sign it though.
But it's a full figure of the Crow, and it's a dead
gorgeous.
ringer for.
Is it one of those
That's
recent
Bleak.
ones?
Oh, that's Bleak.
Yeah, it's a more recent one, but it's beautiful, man. It's
Is
really,
it the
really
Merca
nice.
and Delfo?
Yep, I believe so. Yeah.
It's
think
a
it is.
figure.
Do you guys know Nick's Kicks and Comics? He actually owns the cover to that.
Oh, no
wow.
way, really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I love how when I first met him, he was like, yeah, I won't ever be like you chasing that art. Now he's buying covers. That's how they get you.
Yeah, the first one when they break the ice, and then it's there you go.
Oh, but
Yeah, last year at Heroes Con, he bought a Scotty cover, and I think it's been all downhill from him from there.
Well, yeah. Once you go Scotty, it's pretty much just downhill.
Yeah, you've
Sorry,
already
people.
spent a lot of money. You might as well go full in.
I'm not-
What's funny is that
I don't love Scotty Young's style. I know he's a great artist. I just don't love the kitty art. It's not my thing. What is it called?
I'm
Chibi art
of
or
the same
whatever?
mind as you, Bleak, on that.
I don't like it.
He's popular, but I just it's.
I think
I'm-
it's so
I'm not-
funny that he set out to have a very definitive brand with
Yes.
those variants he does, and he was convinced everybody would call them the Young variants because of his last name, and everybody calls them baby variants. That's got to be maddening when you come up with this really clever idea to tie into your name, and everybody's like, oh, another one of those baby covers.
It's
That's
not
true. I
this.
don't
What
wanna
is
see
this
baby
baby?
Wolverine.
This
I
is
wanna-
not
I wanna
baby.
see-
This is Scotty.
It's
I wanna
it's
see
like
adult
if your
Wolverine,
last
not
name was
baby
Awesome
Wolverine.
and you were gonna make a store called like the Awesome Store, and there's that neat store.
Yeah,
That
the
cool
cheeseburger store. What?
Yeah.
My name is Awesome.
Yep. That's like actually funny. In hip hop, there was Raekwon's first album, Only Built for Cuban Links, is a great album and it's an awesome one to listen to. But because the tape that he put it on initially was purple for the longest time, even until now, even he doesn't call it Cuban Links anymore. He's like, we're bringing back the purple tape because that's all anyone said. Oh, that purple tape Raekwon. So I'm showing up at him. He's like, Only Built for Cuban Links is the name of the album. Why do you call it the purple tape? But he did that, and it was just like, that's what one of the lore about it was. It's like, it's a purple tape. Like, that's pretty cool.
Sometimes the best laid plans, the market still decide.
I think the main thing is that they remember you.
Oh yeah.
If they get the wrong name or if they get the wrong thing, they still are remembering you, and that is a nice thing to be remembered. That's the whole point, I suppose.
Oh, Scotty will be remembered, all right. But there's a lot of people that like his art.
Well, I mean, I like this stuff. I have no
So,
problem
Mr.
with it.
Beckerman, do you have any new books in your stable?
I mean, probably. I'm not much of a book shower.
I think that what's funny with that whole art buying thing is that for the long, I mean, I'm sure it was there, but it wasn't prevalent in a lot of cons I used to go to. And then once I started hearing people I'm buying pages now and this and that, slowly but surely, now every show I go to has all of them. But over the past few years, I would say it's from 2015 on, I've noticed little bits and bobs, and now it's just everywhere.
I mean, it used to be a much smaller community, that's for sure.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah,
and
I don't think the
but it
pages
was
have gotten
always
any more
there.
affordable. Yeah, I don't think pages have gotten any more affordable at any point in time. But just people know that there's collectors that are legitimately I'm willing to drop $3,000 right now. So let's go.
I like John's comics with kids. He mentions that Scotty's becoming a much better writer. I'd agree.
Yeah.
I love Strange Academy. I haven't checked out his new book that just came out this week. I haven't read it yet. I picked it up, just haven't had time to read it. And yeah, I dig his art personally, but I get it's I'm more of a fan of his early graffiti work. but I have love for all of it. Very Calvin and Hobbes inspired. Like you can
Oh
tell
God, I
what he's
love
into.
Calvin and Hobbes.
And a
Very
lot
much
of my
so.
connection with Scotty is that, you know, we both are similar age, grew up reading the same stuff. So when he does homages to stuff, like when he does his Spaceman Spiff homages, it hits me right here because we're both just two guys from the Midwest that liked the same stuff growing up. So
I
a lot of his stuff is
Mhm.
is super cool to me.
Yeah,
and
I
his
live
writing
in
is
the
great too. Middle West was good.
I live in the town of Heroes. I'm not going this year because I don't have a ticket, but I'm gonna go in the lobby. But hopefully next year I can get a sketch of Calvin and Hobbes because I grew up with that book. Dude,
Is it
those are just
Mr.
so much
Watson?
fun. I just
Right.
like how my favorite part is when Hobbes is alive, and then the next panel you look, he's a plushie. Like they're like selling lemonade, and the annoying girl comes up and says, "Hey, how much for lemonade?" or whatever. Calvin and Hobbes is just so classic. Did they stop making those?
Yeah, he eventually stopped them.
Yeah, he
Bill
stopped.
Watterson retired.
Yeah. But I mean, actually, there was a documentary. It was on Netflix for a while about him. It was actually really good. Just going over like his career and everything that he had done. It was really cool, and it's just like a lot of people were just giving their stories of just like how they kind of discovered it, because like a lot of people like, yeah, it was just in the newspaper, and then like there was one guy that like used to cut them out all the time, so he's got this like whole like long running news strip.
I used to get the
scrapbook.
books. I used to
Yeah.
get the physical books of Calvin and Hobbes.
They had the collected set in a hardcover, very fancy, and I basically stepped up and got that. I did about the same time I did the Far Side when he stopped. I wanted to get the full set of the Far Side as well, because it's but Calvin and Hobbes. Of course, if you have little kids, little boys, you make the connection. I had little boys, and the fun thing, Spaceman Spiff, but which is one of the icons I have here on my computer. I always have had Spaceman Spiff as my backup file. But the thing where he's got the terrible Tyrannosaurus Rex chase Spaceman Spiff into the cave, and he's around like that, and it's always the school teacher that's trying to get him to do some small thing, and then his whole mind takes it, and she's a dinosaur trying to rip him to pieces and stuff.
Yeah, and
it's
they
great
want you to
stuff.
be easy as like 5 + 2 or something.
Yeah, I mean it's really funny. It's funny for all those reasons, and it's really just cool because it's like it's legitimately like what like little kids think of in that type of. It's just you're just inside this kid's imagination, and it's just like like you said, that the Tyrannosaurus that wants him to like pay attention and do his work, like she's the enemy, and so it's just like but like so that's the outside world, but in the inside world, it's like he just has this crazy.
This kindly old lady who is the Tyrannosaurus Rex,
My favorite cover is probably was when they're in the wagon, the little red wagon going down the hill.
Yeah.
Yep.
No girls. Then the clubhouse.
Hello,
No
Cali
girls
Coon.
allowed. What a
That's
great
fine. How you
club,
doing?
What did it say?
Yeah.
No girls allowed, right?
Yep.
And
no,
the name
I
of the
remember
club
when
he
they
had was Gross. Get rid of slimy girls and the
Yeah.
I
SN.
remember.
What a great club.
I
Yeah.
remember when they were pirates, one episode, comic strip where they had like the wooden swords. My favorite one was, I forget, I think Calvin accidentally left Hobbes somewhere, and I forget what the girl's name is. His neighbor, the annoying girl, grabs Hobbes, invites him to a tea party, and and then you just see Calvin looking over the fence picket, and he's like, what the hell is going on? And it's like Hobbes is dressed up like a girl, and he goes up to Hobbes. He's trying to drag Hobbes away, and he's like, Hobbes, come on, stop being like a girl. And Hobbes is like, I'm enjoying this thoroughly. He's like, I'm getting fed and drank stuff you never gave me.
I was going through. I found this poster of Luke, and this is from a long time ago when
Dark Horse, dang.
And on the
That's
back,
That's pretty awesome, Steppo.
Oh, look at that.
the
Oh, you got a
celebration of
checklist.
Star Wars.
Wow.
That's dope.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever see the parody of Calvin and Hobbes from Robot Chicken?
No.
I have
Probably
not.
not.
I love Robot Chicken though.
Oh, the parody is hilarious.
Sometimes
They're
they
like, ma'am, sir, I think your son's going mentally insane. And he's like, come on, Hobbs, let's go home. And they're like, they're pretending that they're on this base and they have to like, they have to go like, he has to get like static shocked to act like a normal kid. So then
There we go.
Hobbs turns to him and says, Calvin, if you want to play,
Wow.
you have to kill your parents. It's terrible. It is terrible. It ruins it.
The Walt Disney.
Yeah, of course.
Here is one of the Marvel flyer sets, Captain Marvel Fawcett,
Nice.
where you get all three. You get Captain Marvel, Mary Marvel, and Captain Marvel Jr.
Oh, that's cool.
It says no cutting, no pasting, easy to assemble, but they don't really fly. I mean, but it was very innovative, and it was a lot of money. You got all three for 25, so you saved a nickel because they were usually 10 cents a throw, the same price as comics.
That's crazy.
Here is one of the very first
Oh, wow.
premiums in a serial ever. This is from 1909.
Funny Jungle.
Sweet Jesus Louises.
That's weird. No, I never would have thought of that.
And what it is it has all kinds of different, where you have, there are little tabs inside, and you can flip it, you can change their clothes and all this stuff, page after page, where there's all this. I mean, it's an incredibly ornate thing from Kellogg's.
That is genius.
When did they put that out?
This started in 1909. They've repopped them about 3 or 4 times through the years.
1909. Wow.
So I would say that's Platinum Age, almost Victorian Age.
Absolutely.
I think it is Victorian.
It is Victorian.
I got one more of these, a little bit lesser. I mean, not quite as nice. Recently, I bought the Superman of America set.
Oh wow!
And it has I have the rest of it over in the files there, but it's
I think Glenn's typing sold into the chat, by the way.
That thing from 1909, does that look like Babar the
It looks so new.
Yeah, it did.
Here, let me open it up.
It did look like Babar.
See, now I was born in the United States, and we'd always called him Babar. My dad had one of his books, Babar the Elephant. He says, I said, what's that? He says, it's Babar. And I said, cool, I love Babar. And now all these Frenchies say Babar.
Yes, Babar.
It's Babar.
That's how you pronounce it, Steppo.
Did you Steppo,
I'm on
did
Team
you
Babar.
ever
Sorry that America fucked up the English language, but that's how
Steppo,
you
did
pronounce
you ever read? You know what's a fascinating story?
If you
is
don't like the way we pronounce it, why don't you all come down here and try to make us stop?
Thank you.
We burned down your White House
Only
twice.
because
Stop it.
we
I'm
saved
willing
the
to
world
rematch
twice,
that war.
pulled
of
your asses out of the
1812,
fire.
Steppo, do you remember? Did you ever read the origin of how Winnie the Pooh came to be?
Milne was the gal for her grandson Christopher Robin, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they went to the zoo and they saw a bear, and they said, "Oh, I want that bear or whatever." And literally, the bear was named Winnie the Pooh. The origin of Winnie the Pooh is crazy. I think it was it Russian or was it Canadian? I can't remember.
I thought it was British.
Yeah,
It is British. Sorry, the bear was in the British zoo. Yes.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
So here's this thing.
Hey, you're going to pay? You're going to pay?
And on the back, this is the way you can tell it's the very first print. It has the little old lady in the shoe.
Yes, I remember that.
lady in the shoe.
And So you have this, you have it like this, and then you can you leaf these things over like here, see, to different types of clothing and stuff.
That's really cool.
I mean, it took quite a bit of, I mean, for something that's for free, they said they had them for free. They handed them out for a while. And then when it got to be too expensive, the finish on this thing, it's of course 1909, but it's just it's very, very, and the detail of the elephant's vest and all of that jazz. Hi, K-pop, how are you?
Hi, I'm all right. How are you guys?
Hi, Katie.
I'm just picking a fight with Canada.
Nice.
I'll be back.
It wouldn't be much of a fight.
No.
Oh, snap.
We'll make it fair. We'll just let Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota take care of our light work.
We got it. That's fine.
Okay, that's all I have this round. I'm sorry.
That was cool stuff, though.
Very nice. Very nice.
My post on that old that old magazine or the little pocketbook, this America's Spiciest Stories. If you go on my Instagram wall, 1932 Fawcett, and 1932 is right in the middle of the Depression. So what I did, many years ago, I was watching David Letterman when he was funny. And every so often, a guest would come on and just sort of walk in and just sit down and talk or whatever, you know, in the thing. But this was a little bit different. Mandy Patinkin, who is Inigo Montoya, was in a show on Broadway. And as he walked in, the lights went down and the band played "Buddy, Can You Spare a Dime?" And it's the song from the Depression about a guy from World War I who basically comes back, and of course the Depression hits, and "Buddy, Can You Spare a Dime?" You know, remember, men in khaki suits, gee, we look swell, full of that Yankee Doodle Dum, 500 million boots, slogging through hell, I was the kid with the drum. And he sang this song, which is a Depression era song. He sang it soft, he sang it middle, solta, and then he sold meadow, and then he went for the finale, and he absolutely brought the house down singing that song. And I found a copy. I mean, I found the song in the folder, and so I put that with that particular thing. So if you want to hear Mandy Patinkin, Inigo Montoya singing, and very, very well indeed, you might check that out for what it's worth.
I actually do. I will check that out.
Hey, last man, how are you?
I like Depression era music.
Yeah.
More like bluegrass, though.
Woody Guthrie that's where he basically made his claim to fame, and he actually did a whole series of songs on the Columbia River and Bonneville Dam and all that other stuff, which is, you know, Depression era things. And they just discovered all of these. I guess that the Bonneville Dam administration discovered all this original Woody Guthrie music that they had basically commissioned back in the day. So it's pretty interesting. You know, as far as the history does seem to catch up with us all the time.
Yeah, well, and as you say that, you know, it's kind of made a resurgence in the last 10 years where you've got newer guys doing it now too. William Elliott Whitmore, Wayne the Train Hancock, both dipped their toes pretty heavy in the Depression era blues.
I remember one guy named Willis Allen Ramsey that did a record that had a lot of that sort of Depression era type singing that he did. It was very. I enjoyed the album a lot. That was probably 1975. There's Biggie, the immortal one.
Hello. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good. How are
Doing
you?
good, big. Doing good. You on the road, man?
Good. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to hang out long, but I was going to jump on while I could.
Are you going down to visit
Yeah.
Mom?
No, she came down here, and I'm going to
Oh,
go,
good.
you know, yeah, we put like flowers and we got balloons for Grandma's gravestone, and then I'm gonna do some work and hang out with her, and then I got to do stuff with my mom, you know, Melody, and well, I mean, I got a mom and a mom, you know what I mean? I got two,
do.
double mom in it today,
Very
double
good.
fisting moms.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, wow.
Spoil them terribly, Biggie.
I'll try, man. They can't get enough of me. They're well, my mom is very sweet and
Biggie.
kind and stuff. Hey, Boggs, good to see you, man. My girlfriend,
Hi,
she's a little
Katie.
more spicy, but I'll try.
Yeah, I was on a stream with Bleeker last week, I think it was. That was fun. Oh.
Sorry, what are y'all into?
Oh no, I'm still
We got
obsessed
here.
with
We got
Glenn's
Glenn,
Build-A-Bear.
Boggs.
Glenn, that Build-A-Bear was dope, by the way. The Darth Vader Build-A-Bear, dude. Glenn is a Darth Vader Build-A-Bear. That's actually dope as hell.
I like your Darth Vader, and I like the I like the lightsaber. That was pretty darn cool. Star Wars.
Glenn, are you muted?
Oh, bugger me. I'm muted. Sorry.
No, Glenn's just sitting in silence. That's all.
I was doing a subtitled movie. I was doing the subtitles. That's why you couldn't hear me.
But yeah, we were watching Stefo show a bunch of really cool books. You know, talking about comic art as far as original art type things. We had discussed Heroes Con earlier, and well, not just hanging out.
Glenn, how far do you live from? Who am I thinking of? Dr. Von Hoot?
The Queen. How far away do you live from the Queen, Glenn?
The Queen is about an hour and a half drive.
No, Glenn lives in a little side of the Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, I'm in the basement.
Yeah, she's mean.
They throw all the food
I'll
down
set you
to me.
free one day.
Stop.
Okay.
They were ahead of me. Did you?
I'll be right back. Where are you going? Get a card.
Queen was actually pretty cool, and like I didn't realize that she actually was in the military. Like I was shocked when I saw that.
Yeah, she drove an ambulance.
I was just like, really? Because somebody said that, like, oh, like she was in the military and everything. I was like, really?
The whole royal family thing is interesting. Like how they're German and English. They're really cool.
Yeah, they changed the British, the German name von Goth or whatever it was to.
I think it was either von Goth or Saxo Coburn.
That's it, Saxo Coburn. That's it, and they changed it. I think they better change it to Windsor.
Do you want to hear something funny? Not a lot of people know this. So my grandpa's a former Lutheran minister, and so when I was younger, I lived in a little town in Germany outside of Frankfurt. We got to sign a place where Martin Luther translated the Bible from English to German or whatever it was to German. Our names are etched right next to Martin Luther's in a castle. Yeah, it's pretty dope. And I'm like, I want to go back and take a screenshot and say, bite this, Nicolas Cage. You can't get the Declaration of Independence.
Cage. Huh? You're going to war with Nicolas Cage.
Oh, heck yeah, dude. I love that dude, though. I would never say anything bad.
Am I the only one who thinks a German reading of the Old Testament would just be terrifying?
Oh yeah. It'd be awful.
I mean, everything sounds terrible in German. Like, just Like
Oh,
you could be
dude,
giving me great news, and I would just
You
be
know what's so
frightened of
funny is-
everything you're saying.
Beckerman, it makes me think when you said that, it makes me think of a video of a guy, and the guy's
That's
like,
an old
"Let's
animal.
dissect."
My
He's
tools.
like, "Let's dissect every language: Spanish, French, Italian, Romantic, German. Everything sounds super masculine, and you have to be a guy."
Yeah, they
to
didn't
say
let
it."
them in the romance club. Like
Not so
they
much.
left them
not a
out.
Latin derived language.
Nope, not at all. I did also live in the UK, though. I've told Glenn that. I did
you
live in
imagine that?
London. I lived in Germany when I was younger.
I lived in the UK too.
I want for you to get the commandments, get the tablets, etching them my word to you. Like, oh my god.
Use your new.
Even that sounds evil. That just sounds terrible.
Well, you know how you say "I love you" in German? Ich liebe dich.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That sounded so
Just-
wrong.
Just terrifying.
It does. Glenn, who's your? Oh yeah, I've told you. I forgot. You don't follow soccer.
Which
I'm
is
an
crazy.
Arsenal
There's
fan.
such
Katie,
a
you seem
comforting
somewhat at
follow
low
soccer.
ebb. Was it a long
Yeah.
night?
I am just exhausted.
What the fuck?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that
tired.
was a cool interview with E-Man. I was falling asleep, but E-Man's hilarious. I love how he was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm half Mexican, half Filipino." They're like, "Okay." Nobin's like, "Okay, interview's over. We didn't sign up for this."
Get
Yeah,
yourself a
yeah,
Red Bull,
he's
you'll be
good, guys.
back.
Dude,
Sometimes Red
E-Man's
Bull's all you need.
hilarious. E-Man's
Huh?
fun.
What'd you say, Chris?
I was saying to K-pop, just get yourself a Red Bull and you'll be back. So
No,
sometimes
they
that's
don't
all you
work.
need.
Oh.
They don't work. I'm way too exhausted.
Caffeine
You know
doesn't
what's
work
funny?
for me either, too, Katie.
When
I
when
drink
I found out
coffee,
that I
I
had an
drink
issue,
Red Bull, I drink Monster, I drink whatever. It does nothing to me.
well, so that's not good because I remember that's when I remember at one point I was drinking Monsters for the taste, and then like someone's like, it doesn't give you any energy. Like, no, like you need to stop drinking those then because that's like a week's worth of caffeine in one can, and you're saying it does nothing for you. I'm like, nope,
No,
yet.
it does nothing for me either.
that's not good.
Yeah, it's terrible. It sucks.
Well, I'm
Like,
very
my
glad
friend's
to
like,
say
"Why
that
do you
coffee
drink
is
soda?"
still a
Because
close
the
friend of mine.
Yeah, my friend's like, "Why do you drink soda? The caffeine?" I'm like, "No, just because it's soda."
Just cause it's soda, baby.
Like caffeine, like you wake right up. Ah, there we go. Like no, it's because it's the most sugary substance on the face of this planet, and basically it's liquid cocaine.
Yes,
But-
exactly.
I'm
I haven't drank the real pop in a while. I drink diet now. It's still carbonated, so. It,
Where are you,
combination of one
Iggy?
thing. It's just I don't know. I don't like. I know for me, like if I had any I mean that's I would say my biggest vice, and I would say if it wasn't that, like if for me, I would say soda is probably as addicted to somebody like that that's like into like some type of hardcore drug. I was like, oh, in a second, but like it's just like that's what that is for me, and I'm just like
my sugar cheat is a bag of gummy bears or gummy worms. That's my sugar.
Mm. Where are you, Biggie? You sound like you're somewhere popping.
So we're popping. I'm in Ohio.
no. I think he means like
Ohio's
that
popping.
people.
I think
I
that's
can't
the
understand.
state motto. Ohio.
Sounds like you're
are
at a
you
store. is
inside
what
of
he's
a
saying.
building with
Sounds
people
like
right
you're
now?
in a store or something.
In a store? No, I'm in my car.
Ah.
I was thinking
Yeah.
about going to the comic shop.
Oh, you know what it
today,
is?
but I'm
It's
too
Bleeker's
exhausted
thing.
as well.
Bleeker's inside a Bleeker's
Yeah,
inside
Bleeker's outside.
a thing. So like he's got
No,
people
he's in his
going
store.
around.
I enjoy looking at his ear. I've been looking at his ear for about 10 minutes now.
Yeah,
Very,
it's 'cause
very
Bleeker,
wonderful
you need to start
entertainment.
charging him every
like-
second.
because I
Everybody
can't
they
hear
had
it when
the
I don't have
ceiling.
earphones.
Bleeker has been turned into just one singular sideburn. That's Bleeker.
He's actually selling books at his shop, I think. I heard
Dude,
him
he's Cyber
conducting
Rick.
business.
I'm Cyber Rick.
Yeah, he was telling people, like, the prices are on the back.
Man,
Oh,
I
you
was
gotta-
so pumped yesterday. I found another Dracula 1 Dell LB Cole
Yeah, I saw your
cover for
post.
like, yeah, I was so
$30.
excited. I was $30 freaking dollars. I sold mine for $100, so
There
it
you go.
basically paid for the one I got now, and I still got $40 or something. But it's a like a 3.0 maybe 3.5.
Yeah.
A 3.0 I
Still
guess.
pretty cool though.
Nice
LB
score,
Cole,
Big.
you were meant to have that book.
Yeah. I forget who said it. It's like it's kind of like a law of the universe. Like if you want to get a book back, you gotta sell it. It's like if you give it away or sell
exactly.
it, then it comes back to you. You'll find more.
Yeah, I never thought I'd find it that cheap. Pretty cool.
Yeah, a lot of times that's the funny thing is that there's a lot of books that people just kind of gloss over and don't really know what they are sometimes, and they're just this much. Okay, cool, thank you.
Katie, I can't wait till you meet up with Phil again. That's gonna be hilarious.
Oh yeah, that's this weekend.
I need a message, Phil. I want to get one of those chicken hats. I want to see if we can get another
Chicken
one
hats,
of those.
yeah.
I need one of those.
That's this weekend if she wakes up for it, because
The amount of stuff, legit, the amount of stuff between now and the end of the month that I have to do is insane.
Yeah.
You sure you don't need another?
Wait, what time's Phil going live? 4?
Usually goes
Five,
on
right?
4.
4.
Yeah. Dude, no, he's
4
funny. I
hours.
like
Come
the
on, Booger.
different hats he wears.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
I remember one day we were joking around, Real Rude and I, in the comments, and we're like, he's like, Dad, and he's like, son, and I'm like, wait, if I'm on a show with Rude on Tuesdays, how am I related? He's like, you're my other side. I said, so Rude's my brother. Okay, cool. Phil's my dad. I'll take it.
Oh.
You doing any good, Bleak?
I don't know who I would call mine.
I think he's schmoozing up some people that said they liked his mustache. If they what's happening.
He's twirling it. He's like, you mean this thing? The upper hair on
Anytime
my
you see him go like this, you could tell it's somebody mentioned the mustache. Oh,
Yeah.
No, he's like, you're intrigued by this thing? Oh, thank you.
Remember on New Year's? It was New Year's Eve. You got invited to that swingers party thing. Like, hey, we're having this kind of fun party. If you want to just stop by, just clothes optional.
What? Bleak
He
or
was
what?
like, what? Yeah, no. Bleak got
Bye,
invited
bye,
to by New Year's Eve. He's like, I don't know if I'm gonna be going to that.
Thanks for the books, by the way. They're amazing. I showed them earlier.
Oh, good. Callie's sending me more stuff. Callie
Ooh.
is the only person I know that's trolling me by sending stuff. But I'm pretty proud. This weekend I used some time I had. I've got a bunch of boxes going to the post office tomorrow. One of them's going to Biggie. I'm excited.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got Durs in there. I've got Papa Wheelie. Bleak, you're on deck. You're on my list, Bleaker.
You know what? I hope to meet all of you on panel and a bunch of other guys. You know who I really am excited to meet? And I just feel like he's a big... it just seems so much fun. Have you any of you guys met Roscoe?
Yes,
No, I
I've
never
met him in person.
I heard Roscoe's fun as hell.
Heck of a good time.
He should be.
He's the
very fun
funnest.
on streams. So I'm
But
sure in
hey,
person, blast.
Callie, I was going to say, just since I was talking about him, and Steppo had earlier said asked if I had any books. I do hoard first appearance of New Warriors characters, and this is the first appearance of Vance Ostrovic, and I picked up 2 of them on Free Comic Book Day over at the shop Bobby Delegato was working at. He helped me dig through some boxes and find some New Warriors first appearances.
That's
New
dope.
Warriors.
Yeah. That's what I'm into, Steppo. I'm a weirdo.
That's all right. It's good to be into stuff. I think it's great. You find what you like and you go with it. That's the whole name of this game, I think.
Well, I believe in hitting them where they ain't. If nobody else is going to collect New Warriors stuff, that'll be me.
Well,
That's
hold on.
Oh,
I collect
Callie
the
said
art.
that's
I
his
collect
birthday
I
book.
have the Omnis.
Speedball?
Speedball's my
Speedball,
favorite.
that's his favorite. Yeah.
That's your meat, isn't it?
Yep.
That's his meat and potatoes. Yeah.
This is
So
gonna be the best thing. So
I
then
actually
someone-
own a Speedball it's not him in costume, but from his solo series, a Dicko page. That's
Nice.
whoa.
one of my prized possessions right there. My other one is up above me. That's a page from Thor 412. Wait, we'll go this way. Thor 412, first appearance of the New Warriors.
Yeah.
And it's signed by Joe Sinnott, Ron Friends, and Tom DeFalco. And I added DeFalco and Friends last year at Heroes.
That's great.
And it was purchased from Joe.
I can't
Yeah, don't let Becker fool you though. Like, it took me about a month to figure out he has all the books too. He's got a lot of books.
A lot of New Warriors books. A few others.
No, that's New Warriors books. No, he's got some big keys too. Don't let him lie to you.
That'd be hilarious. All of a sudden, like, you know, many years from now, someone's like, you know, Becca passes, and all of a sudden they're just like, you know, someone's just like, oh, I got this comic collection, I just need to get rid of it. And someone's like, oh, I can't wait to go get this. And all of a sudden it's just like, it's not New Warriors, just everywhere.
Right?
Yeah, this bullshit, man.
At this point, I'm probably going to leave them to Callie as a joke. Like, just have them all show up to his house.
The amount of crap that he's going to do with those books, I don't trust
This is
him.
what I say to that, though. You know what? All it takes is one TV show or movie, and next thing you know, you're in the money.
Well, I've always
Beckerman,
said if Darkhawk,
Beckerman, you're gonna send them to Cali and have the postman sign. Sir, sign right here, here, and here. Okay, have a great day. Oh, I can't wait to see what he sent me. You're kidding me, right?
Nah, I think
and then a lot of it is like, so you have to remember, Darkhawk was a New Warrior. So I don't know the exact number of Darkhawk number ones I have. I know it's over 20 at this point.
Yeah.
And I was joking with Circumstances when that book artificially got inflated for a minute there. I was joking. I was like, if this becomes $150 book, we're all going to Mexico for winter vacation. Like, that's on me. Because I know I have way more than 20.
Well, the best part about that whole thing is it just takes the one. I mean, because look at, just if you look at what books have had, like every X-Men 97 episode, something happens that is tied into one of the books, and then all of a sudden that week it's like, oh, this book now went from a $3 book to a $25 to $75 book out of nowhere. So it's just like, oh, that's all it takes. It's all it takes. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, you're a millionaire, Steven.
I have.
You can retire now. You got your Darkhawk.
Well, he's got the
#1
newsstand and he's got the direct.
Yeah, you're a millionaire. Good to go.
You like to be thorough because you never know which one's going to go. I don't have my Turok with the gold cover Turok as yet.
Oh, that's too bad.
Really?
That's too bad.
Should talk to Legion of Comics. He has a few hundred.
just waiting on the day that the property gets announced.
I think we all have our book we grab whenever we see it, right? Doesn't everybody have that?
Yes. Yeah.
Spider-Man 1.
So I know
Spider-Man 1. I don't know why, but I grab it every time I see it. I'm like, I'll take it. I think
I
have
Batman if it's an intriguing cover.
No, like so I sold I think one or two of them, but I still have a few of and what's it called? Spawn number 9. I just for whatever reason I kept finding them, so I'm like, yeah, like, and then was it the first Lady Deathstrike? Was it Alpha Flight? I think it's 33 or 31, whichever one. Like I have like 8 of them. I didn't even know I had that many of them. I just kept finding them over and over again. I didn't have them.
I pick up whatever Detective Batman cover looks great, and I'm just like, yep.
Yeah, why not? You know,
I'm gonna get more Deadpool soon because I like Deadpool a lot.
Deadpool is fun.
Big's a huge Deadpool fan.
Yeah,
I kind of want to. If I go
a lot of
comic
Deadpool
shop in a week, I'm gonna try to see if they somehow still have that Deadpool Wolverine comic cover. Probably not. Though.
I would say one of the good stories. I mean, actually, really good fun stories is
I'm getting that one per thanks to Becker. That's gonna be fun. That's my first one per Deadpool.
Do you know Comic Viking ended up winning one?
Doing another one per.
He won one off of Whatnot, I guess. I wasn't around for it. He just sent me a picture of his
got a whole bunch of swamp.
I see you, Seppo.
If I ever got original art from this series, it would be a page from this particular book. And these are all.
How you doing?
I always buy. I also have a lot of the first Kaluta Shadow.
There you go.
Because I always really loved that cover. I always thought it was a great cover.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
But there's a panel in here that it just moves me, and I just think that it's such an amazing panel. This is of course Wrightson.
Yep, Bernie.
I will show you. But he chases the Swamp Thing, and they're chasing up to the top of this building, and then when they come out of the top, Batman is stretched out looking. That one there, that piece, that shot of Batman with the cape flowing through his legs out as he's looking things over. I just think that is just the most incredible. If I could get a page, that's the page I would go for.
Yeah. What comic is that?
It's a Swamp Thing #7.
Oh, that's sick.
I just love that particular panel.
I bet you that other than the cover, that that page is probably the most expensive.
Yeah.
Look at how cool it looks.
Well, I have an incredible knack at figuring. If I like something, it always is the most expensive thing. You go and you look at it. Go to an antique store.
You know how it goes.
Like you look at something and they go, "How much is that?" Well, that's our most expensive. I have an uncanny knack of it's just. I'm gonna go tape this up.
I mean, do you go in there with $100 bills sticking out of your pockets? It's like, hey, how much is that thing? Oh, that's our most expensive piece, you know.
What's Biggie looking at?
He's at the store.
Yeah.
Biggie, are you at Walmart?
Oh shit. No, I'm at Save-A-Lot. It's my favorite grocery store.
Oh, I was like, show us the figures. I bet there's some really dope ones.
Yeah. I don't like new figures. They cost too damn much. I used to get them about 10 years ago when they were half the price and they were more plastic. Every now and then I'll get a figure if it's really good, but it's got to be a good mold.
Batmite is funny. He says, somehow I have 10 of Batman 638 cover B. And he said he didn't know he had them until he went through storage. It's like, yeah. They're like, we all know how that happens. You just sit there and like, do I have this? Do I not have this? No. Oh, you know what's wrong with getting another one? Because that's what used to happen to me. I'd sit there and be like, I don't know if I have this. And all of a sudden I find out like you have like 4 of them. I'm like, oh shit, really? Okay.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yep.
I've actually got a new book I've put on my list of like just as a target of opportunity. Whenever I see one, I'm gonna grab it. And that's it's from Atlas Seaboard, The Scorpion #2. Only because it's like the murderer's row of artists on that comic book. It's like probably the greatest lineup. Howard Chaykin did the what do you call it? Layouts. Finished pencils were by Walt Simonson, inked by Bernie Wrightson and Mike Kaluta on the finish.
Damn.
So if you can find a better lineup of artists that did some rando book,
yeah,
I would love to know about it because I'll collect that too.
That's pretty crazy.
I could go against it. I'm sure Steppo probably knows what I'm talking about, but all them creepy mags, man, those are like Hall of Fame artists, and a lot of them.
But that's so, pretty ridiculous. Like it's almost like they finish their all the actual work and say, hey guys, you mind just like doing this? And it's like, yeah, no, we all have time, no problem.
You can have a creepy mag. It'll have Frazetta, Wrightson, L. Adams, Bruner, all of them in one of it. So, but a comic book, I don't know. That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good for just a comic.
It's an impressive, and from what I hear, to hear Howard Chaykin, Bernie Wrightson just happened to come over to hang out when they were doing like a jam session on the issue, and he was like, "Well, can I like do finishes or something?" They're like, "Yeah." Because if Bernie Wrightson asks if he can ink over you, the answer is always yes.
Yeah, hell yes. I just kind of peruse eBay lately looking for things to buy, and I take my time. And I saw one the other day. It was I think it was Creepy #9 or something. It was like this chick cover, Frazetta cover.
I did
Yeah,
not
Force
know
is
that.
expensive. It is expensive as shit. I don't know if
that's
it's summer
the
9,
Frazetta
but
creepies are really. I know the one you're talking about, Biggie. That one's very expensive.
like, okay. It's like a whitish cover, kind of, with the chick in the middle.
What about the one where she's leaned up against the pillar and
That's it. I
is
think
that
that's
the
it.
one?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the single digits. I know that. I think.
Oh yeah, it's a good cover. It's the one. It's
Yeah,
one of the most
K-pop obviously
famous
typed
ones.
that Bleeker message, right?
That was me.
No, that was K-pop.
Because I do still think Bleeker's a dude.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The stash is really working for him. That's really, get him the dude.
He's really committed to the lie.
Yeah.
I didn't know Batman was a female. I just assumed.
That's
What's
totally
the
yeah. She's on.
What's the over under on Bleeker keeping the stash? Is it a month, 2 months, 3 months? What do y'all think?
You gotta keep it up
More?
now. The damn
At some
awards are
point,
coming
he's
out
gonna
next
be
month.
conscripted into somebody's navy, like somebody's 1700s armada.
I
Is gonna
think,
scoop him right up.
It'll be going until at least August is what I'm going to be thinking, because the awards open up for nominations next month.
Oh no, you gotta let it run. You gotta,
So you gotta let it
ride.
run now. You gotta get best facial whatever for that now.
I thought I'd show a little Journey into Mystery.
Oh yeah, nice.
Some Jim comics, nice.
I always like their font.
Do you have the Journey into Mystery? Do you have number 83?
Oh, you know he does.
No, I do
Yeah,
not.
of course.
I do.
You don't
not.
have that? Oh shit! I thought you did.
I let you down. I'm sorry. The earliest one I have is this one.
That's okay, I guess.
Oh, okay. All right.
Very nice.
That's
I
a
love
cool
Thor
one.
covers.
Nice
I
one.
can't help it. Thor covers are some of my favorites.
Thor is fun. It's got all kinds of action on it. I miss those covers. They had word bubbles, they had action, they had backgrounds.
Find
This,
anything you like?
this is a real tough one to get. I mean, halfway nice. It's just this one really just beautiful
250
cover.
because they didn't go much past 250.
No, that's what I mean. That's why I need very small amounts.
Yeah, they went to
275.
listening to Bleeker.
Yeah,
That was like that. Very nice. So I just need the higher one.
The carbon
I thought
copy.
the
I thought he
last
was
one
talking to
yeah.
us.
Yeah. The last one of the run's a difficult one to find. Okay. People spend a lot of money on
Oh,
it.
that's cool.
Okay.
Only because it's the last one.
Great.
I
Thanks.
don't get it. No problem, boss.
Has anyone thought of
I
doing
don't know if I've ever had that one.
show for the CBCAs, like a comedy version of them, where instead of nominations we have nominations?
Yeah, that's
that a
CJ was
thing?
talking about that for a couple
Hey,
times.
Naman would
Anytime,
say-
I thought so. I thought somebody had that idea. I just
Yeah.
can't remember who.
so
Naman would say, "What does that mean? What does that mean?"
no, so last year when he was doing his voting, he called it
Yeah.
the nominations, and he put his name in there. Then CJ kept giving him crap for it. He was like, "These
Gotcha.
are the nominations." Yeah.
I remember that was a thing. I just
Hey,
don't remember
Yeah.
where I saw it at.
Nice to meet
They
you.
need to do that. They need
My name
to.
is
They need to flush
I have that as well.
idea. Ooh, I love
Yeah.
that.
Look at
cover.
Definitely needs to happen. Oh, that's that cool stuff happening.
I like that.
Oh, look at his
That's cool.
boots. His boots got all fancy.
Very nice.
Katie, you should have been in here earlier where Steffo showed those female covers.
Love it. Love it.
I'll go rewind it later.
Who's on the
love it.
bottom corner of that last one, Steppo? Who's the green? Is that there a wizard or a magician on there? Something going
While
on
it
there?
says, while in far off Asgard, even the evil Loki fears the result of the fatal battle.
Oh, very cool.
So
I
it's
dig the wizard guy.
Yeah, I dig the wizard guy too.
The Day of the Destroyer.
Yeah,
Maybe
Bug.
Odin.
Bug.
Maybe Odin without his arm around.
Where you at, Bug? Okay.
I think that
There you
Loki
go.
has too much power. He can hit
Thank
you
you.
from every dimension at any time. He can fool Odin. He
Okay.
fools everybody. He just
Now
I guess in order to
that
be
wizard
heroic.
knows what's up. He even knows how to dress. Good wizard.
Yeah.
And he's even doing the low pan, thingies.
Yeah.
Lopan. I love that.
I love
Don't look at his
Lopan.
eyes. I looked at his eyes.
Lopan's my
Terror.
favorite.
There's Thor's hammer, the one that makes no sense in physics, but it's working.
It makes comic book physics.
All the rest of it is absolutely true, Bleeker.
I know.
Just that one little, but everything else is exactly. It is
Everything else is exact.
Hammer science has always eluded me.
Yeah, that's a key, ain't it? I can't remember what it is.
Mjolnir.
That's I think.
I loved it in Ragnarok. Was it Ragnarok where Hela just takes the hammer and crushes it in one hand?
Yeah, she
That
smashes it.
That is awesome. Kate Capps,
Not
whatever,
bad.
she did a great job.
I bet she
Kate Blanchett.
eat walnuts one
Kate
hand.
Blanchett, yeah. She looks the part. She had the part. She did beautifully.
Didn't he lose his eye in that movie too?
Yes.
I was gonna say,
See you,
I think
Doreen.
it-
Have a good Mother's Day.
Bye, Doreen. Have a good Mother's Day.
He lost his eye in one of the movies. I don't know if
Have
it's
a good
Ragnarok.
King
The
Cobra.
second one.
That's first King Cobra, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna say in the MCU, I think Loki is now basically the living embodiment of the Time Stone.
Oh, okay.
I also have a thing where I collect all first appearances of the Serpent Society.
I got that one. That one's fun.
So anyway, that's the early. I go all the way. I go a long way with Thor. I don't have the 83. I know it's a valuable book. I'd like to get a showcase for, but if I ever had that kind of coin to chase again something, it would definitely be. I would apply it to Detective 31. That would be the only other one that I would really aspire to. That's the one that, if at such time, if I could swing it, I would like to get a copy of that. But that's
Get the tech bug.
Basically,
one
what
I
you
can't.
is you'll
you
have
know,
it by next week.
No,
Yeah, Tech 31's an easy one to get. Yeah, it's super cheap.
it's a snap.
Oh, shit.
Oh, we know it's a special day. He's wearing jeans instead of pajama pants.
Oh
Yeah, I
my.
did that strictly for you. I heard you took umbrage to my. I have 2 pair of those red flannels.
I didn't take umbrage. I just
Yes, you did.
I-
Yes, you did. I heard you. And people talked to me about it too. Bleeker has a problem with your pajama pants.
Oh,
I
it
said,
wasn't
why?
Bleeker, it's
They're
Becker.
very colorful.
I love your pajama
I don't know what
pants.
Becker's giving you crap for your pants for because he's over there in basketball shorts.
Yeah, well, I might have a pickup game later.
You're ready to go. You never know when you need them. You never know when you have to be called.
I've been walking around my house just waiting for my number to be called.
And Beckerman just sitting there taking umbrage like Dolores and Harry
I'm
Potter.
not taking umbrage at his pants. In fact, I think I made a comment about how I liked watching him walk away in them.
I'm sorry. It's too late. It's too
Too
late.
late.
I'm sorry.
Glenn's back.
Well, I enjoy
Yay.
the denim look too.
Thank you.
Oh man.
You're just a fashion statement guy, man. You're
I am.
Yeah.
I am. I will always
501
wear sweatpants.
501 Levi's. What could be more radical than
So Bleak, what's the best
Yeah,
book
Mean
you've
Girls is
sold
Beckerman's
today?
favorite movie. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
I
Beckerman
don't know.
has
I
his own
can't hear
burn
you,
book.
Boggs. What's going on?
So what's the best book you've sold today, in your opinion?
The best book I've sold today? I've only sold like 1 book, bro. So
So
That was the best book.
that one was the best.
yeah.
What was
What's
it?
Hell, Bleak?
It was Gold Key, not Shazam, sorry, Flash Gordon book.
There
Cool.
you go.
Yeah, I sold
Oh,
it
they
for
got good
$5.
taste.
Seppo's off again. Just watch him go.
Yeah. He might take umbrage to you commenting on him moving around there, Becker.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna sexually harass him now.
Oh, this is
That's
this
all
is
right.
some
It's
hot
too
news.
late,
This is some
Beckerman.
hot news.
It's too late,
Fine.
Beckerman. He knows. Steppo knows that he's a entry number 7 in your burn book. He knows all about it.
Yeah.
The
So
funny
appar-
part is I actually got that reference and I'm kind of surprised.
My
But
wife-
that is a Mean Girls reference, correct?
Oh, yeah, because that's what
Yeah,
Kelly says. Your
I
favorite movie is Mean
figured
Girls.
that one out.
What's funny is I've never seen that whole movie, but I do know that Burn Book Pack. My wife has watched that movie a bunch of times, and I never stick around to watch all of it. But like, oh, the Burn Book. this is where we say all the mean shit about people, and this is like, seriously?
I wasn't saying
Hey, Blake.
anything mean, you jerk.
I know.
Bleeker,
Yes.
you want to make me big? I got one more stack to go here
There we go.
because I do like Turok.
Ooh,
I
I love those old Turoks.
I have a ton of that stuff, Steppo. I can't get rid of it to save my life.
I realized
Uh-oh.
that, but I just the painted covers and everything else as a little kid. I mean,
Yeah.
they just were great.
That's a good one. That's pretty.
It's so
Is that,
funny.
that
too.
is that 10 center?
No, these are 15s.
15s. Okay.
But they started at 15 pretty much. They went to 12 eventually, but it was 15. They always were a little more expensive.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I got a 10-cent Turok.
But that's the
I
thing
got
that's
that slab.
crazy about those. Like you look at those, right? So if there was a Marvel or DC comic, people would appreciate those because the amount of effort that went into those covers, like you would have
Come
to
on, Booger.
think. You know what I mean? That those that would be
Babe.
sought after.
This is sort of unusual. The Turok's
yes.
giant comic annual.
I love annuals. I am the annual champion, by the way, guys.
Nice.
One of my favorite titles.
See now only 12 cents. You see,
Yeah.
they were
Oh,
15. These are in order. This is this now only 12 cents. They finally went to 12 cents.
They had
Aren't
to
they
walk
still-
it back. Like, you
Aren't
know
they
what?
still only 12 cents?
Look at this.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Spider-Man and the Monkey People pits
Oh, I
Turok
love
against
weird-
Andar in Mortal Kombat. The Spider-Man.
I love weird side character people. Some of my
You know what's-
favorite covers of all time are the Star Spangled War stories. I love those.
yeah. Those are good. With the dinosaurs, right?
Yeah, the
Escape out.
dinosaurs and they're fighting the war. They're like, yeah, it's amazing.
You showed those earlier, didn't you? Step up.
You would figure.
I don't know if I did.
The fact that they had I think it was a Nintendo 64 game of Turok the Dinosaur Hunter. You would
Yeah,
figure that like
Turok
there
games.
would be some value to his books, but it's
You know,
so
the
funny.
longer that Callie's comment stays up, the more impressive the books are.
Yeah, I was trying to
Everybody
say
gets
this
it.
earlier. So Frog Brother's painting his walls and he's dressed like He-Man.
Oh God.
Well,
And he's doing
wearing a
it. He keeps the
loincloth
paint
and
off his junk. Nice.
Oh my
Well,
God,
what
that's
Tila.
crazy.
Tila liked it until she had her own show because Tila doesn't seem like she's on the boys' team anymore.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
think that might be why Bleeker's
A
really
lot of
pissed
people got
off
mad at
him.
that. So they're like,
So
this ain't no
I'm
show the
pretty
TV
new
show.
to comics. What's the story behind Turok?
He's a
Dinosaur.
dinosaur.
He
Okay.
found that he and Andar were hunting, and they climbed up this mountain. They went through this cave, and then there was an earthquake. It sealed it up, and it was all the cavemen and all this prehistoric stuff, and they could never get back to wherever they were supposed to go. But they were out hunting, and that's what they did.
Gotcha.
And Turok has his arrows with the poison that he knows how to make, so he can take out the honkers. All the dinosaurs are honkers. They're flying honkers.
God,
They're-
that's a hilarious name.
Yeah, Man Cave has this thing where when he used to go ahead, Blue. Oh,
Oh, sorry. I was just talking to customers. Sorry about that.
no, you're
Is
good.
it just me or is... Oh, go ahead.
All right. So, Man Cave is a big Turok fan, and he used to send Turoks and his AOKs to people, and we would all be in the Turok gang because he sent out so many Turoks. I just wanted to throw out there.
Why
That was
did that
funny.
remind me of the Gendy
The Sea
Tartakovsky show?
He's right.
Primal.
Surrounded by sea honkers. Look at that.
Did any of you guys watch Primal by Gendy Tartakovsky? This looks like it to me.
Well, that's the thing. Is it's funny because it's like, you know, I'm surprised that like it didn't catch on more. Like it caught on somewhere because I mean they did it again in the '90s. He had a video game, you know.
Oh, that's
He had a
sold like
couple of video
hotcakes back in the day.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
back
people
up
bought
to
the shit out
15
of 'em.
cents again. We're back up to 15 cents again.
There's a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of people that still collect the Turoks. They really like the Turok.
Well, send them Bleak's way because he can't get rid of them.
Well, if he would ever go show off his piles that he has, people might.
Oh, that would be
Oh,
awful. He showed us his piles. Oh, that'd be awful.
Yeah, I know. What the hell?
That's cool. Look at that turtle.
He just hasn't offered them to the right people yet.
I can tell you. I mean, like those covers are very nice. Like the painted covers like that. Like they're really
Yeah,
cool.
those are sick. That's really cool. Yeah.
Every single one of them, man. Banger.
I probably have about another 20 or 30 of them, but I was able to buy. The guy had a box of them, and he must have been channeling Bleecker. He says, "I can't get rid of that stuff." I said, "How much for the whole box?" He just threw out $150 or something like that just years ago. And I said, done, because I read them all the time as a kid. Turok was one of my favorites. Space Family Robinson, not as much, but Turok definitely. And I also like Dr. Solar. I enjoyed reading him too.
Oh yeah, that's some good shit.
You can take me out, Bleecker.
Yeah, baby.
I just like that they call dinosaurs honkers.
You're the host.
Little Shaq likes his French fries in the car. He's a
They
French
call
fry eater.
dinosaurs honkers. I'm like, bruh.
I was just
There you
funny,
go, babe.
like to see it written down on the we're surrounded by the sea honkers. Really? Okay. And I think of the honkers. I think of Sesame Street. That they see them, pat their nose and then like make noise.
I love those guys.
Yeah.
The noise making Muppets.
Those are the best.
Banana.
Banana.
Oh, that's pulling on another pile. Like, you know what? Another pile. Let's do it. Yeah, Bleak. You should show that your pile for people. Like, he's got a bunch. Whoa.
T-shirt you got, brother?
Callie thinks of hot wings when he has boobs.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
boobs.
Like, you may as well just watch the old one and move right on into the new one. It's awesome, man. Oh, sorry. That's okay. No worries. No worries.
This man has tons of Turok books. Buy some Turok.
Please. It'll feed his family.
I mean, he just thought every interaction you have with a customer from now on, he's like, so, have you heard of Turok?
Chris, I remember the first stream I was on with you and
should see
Bleak
every
and
person. Like,
K-pop.
anything in particular? Looking for anything cool? No, I'm just kind of looking around. Well, can I interest you in Turok? Because I'm telling you right now, I have tons of this guy, tons of them. And I mean, if you want a story,
Chris, I remember when I was on your first stream with you, K-pop and Bleak, and your Tutter came threatening in. And, K-pop's like, "Hello, my little minion."
Yes, she does it all the time. She's at a birthday party. That's the only reason why she didn't do it today. Oh, she got ready for the birthday party, so she's got like some weirdo hair extension, and that's like blue. So, if I was on at that point in time, she would have like lost her mind and like, Daddy, I need to come on, and she would have been going crazy. Whether K-pop was here or not, she would have been showing off her hair and everything. She was all about it.
Yeah, no, she loves me. I don't know why. She just loves me.
You're very lovable.
I think you're the first like woman that she's seen on YouTube, like that's actually on a thing talking. So she's like,
"Oh, okay."
How can you talk back? That's the only thing I can think of because, like, I mean, it didn't take. I mean, it was literally within like 2 seconds. She was just like, "Oh, that's Queen."
That's
I'm
my
like,
favorite.
That's Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no,
I
but every
remember she
time
called
she's like,
you Queen. Katie.
she's not the Queen. She's like, that's just Queen. And then so every time, it doesn't matter what girl's on. It doesn't matter what female voice she hears. She just runs over. She goes, Queen. And then like she just comes over and she's. Like, I've said it before. Like I don't like the hold that she has over my dog. I feel like if she needs to be evil, we're in serious trouble.
Queen.
Yeah,
I want you to take all these.
K-pop's a good influence.
Yeah,
like, no,
completely. Yes. No,
No,
I like
like,
talking to her. She's adorable. Don't worry. Don't worry. She has many more years to come before she becomes full-fledged minion.
Well, let's just put it this way: she's already just ridiculous. Like so, my nephew, lost another tooth, and so she had one that was like kind of loose. It was like a little bit loose, and because he lost his, she had to rip it out yesterday. She's just sitting there, just pulling it, yanking it. So eventually it came out. And then she's like, "Look, Daddy, look what happened! It came out." I'm like, "Yeah, it just came out." So, but she's all about because she knows the tooth fairy gives her money. So she's like, I need the tooth fairy money. Let's go. So I'm like, leave the rest of your teeth in your head. Because if she could pull them all out right now, she would. Then she would be like, think that she's going to be rich.
Bleak, is Bleak frozen?
He might be.
Dude tube.
Dude, look
He's,
at his face.
We're at Stash Tube right now.
This is just hilarious. Best
Kelly
screenshot
says-
ever.
I don't know what's going on.
We get
Kelly
to look
said-
up his nose. It's great.
Yeah.
Kelly says, for 3 Turok books a week, you can feed a young aspiring Canadian.
What? Oh, he moved.
Oh, there we go. There we
Yeah,
go.
see?
Now we're talking.
Oh,
Yeah, Steppo, you have that one?
I think I did damn show it.
I think I do.
Oh, I love the
I just got
alligator.
a,
It's cool.
Alligator? No, it's called a
yeah, I just got a
honker.
few.
It'll be an alahunker.
Honker.
A swamp honker.
Honkator.
Yeah, these are with
Well, those
that.
are cool.
Yeah.
Those are really cool.
So you got a bunch of 12-cent books.
Yeah.
See, this is the problem with Dell. They
what
sat
are
there
we
and they
doing?
wasted all that time on those painted covers. That
Is
no-
this
like,
Comic Journey?
that was
All I
really bad.
see is hands.
No.
No, he's talking to somebody.
No, I know. I'm kidding.
He's letting them know. He's like, hey, look, I got all these great
You're like,
books.
look at all my sexy Turok. Look at this.
He's
Yeah.
like, dude, I'll sell them to you for a cent. Just please get rid of them.
No.
Coming by my honkers.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, I'm about to go eat. Happy Mother's Day to all.
Happy
I'm
Mother's
going,
Day.
Biggie.
Yeah.
Hopefully you have a good
Take
day.
care.
Yeah, I'll see y'all in the chat.
See ya.
Yes, sir.
Later, Bleak. Let me get my 20 Jack Kirby's, 15 Joe Kuberts, and 3 John Romita Seniors, and I'll see y'all later.
Whoa.
Excellent.
All right. See ya.
Are you actually buying those? Nice.
Hey, would hope he's buying them.
we-
But I
we
think he's
don't
just
know.
talking to a guy and he's showing them off.
Yeah, he's probably just got his phone down, but he's like, yeah, see? Don't you want some Ripley, believe it or not? Don't you want some of this?
You
But-
want some of this? Yes.
That's the thing, man. It's just, sometimes like those are the toughest books to get. But then you think about it, it's like, if those are Marvel and DC with like those painted covers from way
No,
back
they'd
then,
be bought.
those would be expensive.
Oh,
Really,
I
like,
love
what-
painted covers. The technique that they used back in like the, let's say, 40s and 50s for the painted covers was completely different than it is now. And I really like it because you could completely tell the difference when you're looking at
Oh,
the cover.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
K-pop, did they have an interview today also?
Who?
Nominating those guys? or
No,
was it
no,
just
we're
Jason?
taking a break. We will be back the 14th.
Oh.
Well, I'll tell you right now what our setup is.
The 14th, meaning Tuesday?
Yes.
Wow.
We're jam packing. Well, so I've got my own shows going on, and then we have double duty for the AAPI. Plus, I have a convention, and then I have a concert, some other stuff going on. And then the 31st is a giant spectacular party that's going to go on a couple hours, and we're going to give away some stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
What
but-
convention
what
are you?
concert?
What convention are you
how are
going
ya?
to, Katie?
Good thing.
Motor City.
And will you be dressed up?
No. I don't got
She's
time to be
meeting
dressing
up
up.
with
I'm
Phil,
barely
though.
gonna be making it there between the amount of crap that I have to do, interviews both days, and then I have to do AAPI stuff. Yeah, no, we're barely gonna be making it there.
The hobby
Is that
sure
the-
seems relaxing for you, Katie.
The what?
The hobby sure seems to be quite
Oh,
relaxing
so
for you.
so relaxing, so relaxing. Let me tell you.
I say, so is that the one that had that giant arcade room last year?
No, that was a different one.
Oh, okay.
That's around Halloween. Okay, so this is
Yeah.
the lineup, Boggs. This is the lineup. Okay, so Tuesday we have Eric Yamamoto, and then Wednesday the 15th we have Ivan Tao. 17th we have a double header. In the morning is gonna be Pornsak Pistoche, and then Lip Wei Chang at the end, and then the 19th is Mark Tedosio. The 23rd is Alan Woon. I believe the 21st is going to be John Jang. And then 26th is Alexandra. She's been on around Between the Lines and a couple of other stuff. 27th is going to be Bernard Chang. And 29th is Sean Chen.
Nice.
Wow, good
What's
heavens!
the concert you're going to?
I won VIP tickets to K-pop Club Night. So my friends and I are going to go dancing around to some K-pop jams. We went last year.
I bet you had fun.
Yeah, I was supposed to go to a concert on the 18th, but I can't. There's no way I can make it because Saturday is the main day on the con, and that's like the only day that Phil's coming down. So we're gonna be running around doing all kinds of stuff. Plus, we're trying to get like people in the community because there's a whole bunch of us that are actually gonna be going. So
Who
we're
else is
gonna meet up.
going?
I know the comic vet is going all 3 days. A couple of the guys that are in the area that just moved from the low grades are going. They're only going Sunday. A ton of my comic people, even the ones that aren't going to be boothing, like Bill usually, if he doesn't have a booth, he's usually wandering around. Joshua from Source Press is going to be wandering around. There's a whole bunch of people that are going that just aren't there.
Phil
And then,
normally has a booth. I didn't know that.
what?
I didn't know Phil had a booth.
No, Bill.
Oh.
Bill Morrison usually has a booth there, but he's not, I don't think, going to be boothing there. Sometimes he'll go on and off at Motor City, but he'll usually be walking around. But if you watch Economics and Comics, one of my good friends is Mike, who is Pool Boy, and he comes down and we go run around because he's in Michigan.
Yeah. That's so awesome. You get to hang out with Phil.
Yeah, we ran around Cap City last year together. It was fun.
I bet he's so much fun. I bet he's
Oh, he's hilarious. He's a good dude. Oh, those
I
are
wonder
cool.
what hat he's wearing today.
Oh, he probably won't be wearing a hat at the con because it's just too much to run around.
Yeah,
But
imagine where's it
on his show, yeah, he likes to do the change up with the hats. Well, those are cool. Those are cool Disney things.
Yeah.
You got some cool stuff in those bins, man. You should take these out and be like, look at our shit.
Yeah,
come
like
buy my
I think
stuff.
the Western the Western Marvel stuff would be pretty cool. Like just put a lot together of those and make, here you go.
Oh,
There you
that's
go.
cool.
Disney badass.
That's fun.
And then, Fat Albert. There you go. Who wants some Fat Albert?
I'll give you all these Turroks in this Fat Albert. Please take it. Oh, that's cool.
The
Son of Tomahawk.
Oh, that's interesting.
Adam 12. Never heard of it.
Cop Show.
Mm.
And he's all sad looking. He's like, I'm wanted dead or alive, goddammit. All I did was cross the street. I jaywalked.
Oh, those are
Ooh.
fun.
Herbie fully loaded? Or goes to
Yeah,
Monte
he was a
Carlo.
Monticello.
Wow, some of these are really cool.
Oh,
Ooh.
I love that stuff. Those are nice. Yeah, I picked up some free comic book day. I picked up some interesting titles. Found a lot of 90s like cartoon stuff.
Really nice.
I pull it up,
Oh,
but I'm too dead to move a box. Go through it. I love those. Yeah, those are cute. Yeah, look at you.
Run away. The kid's
Oh,
just
look at
pissed
this
off.
doggy.
He's like, that's it. I'm out of here.
I'm
Run away.
Oh, I like that thing. That thing's awesome. There's a hot chick back there. That's cool.
I like that runaway cover. When the shit gets thick, I'm out of here. I'm just taking off. Me and my dog
With his
and my
doggy.
Bindle.
With his dog.
Oh,
yeah.
God, that looks like a Roscoe comment right there.
Little Lulu.
The only thing missing on that runaway cover is this kid just saying, fuck this shit, and they're just taking off.
Exactly.
Like, that's all you need.
It's like, I'm out of here, bro. Katie, we were talking about Bill Watterson earlier in Calvin and Hobbes.
Okay.
I love Calvin and Hobbes. Jungle Twins. Twilight. Ooh. Hey, Chris, you should buy one of those Runaways where he walks off and you just right in the heading. I'm out.
I actually love the Space Family Robinson. I don't know why. It's so awesome.
I just like that. I just like that color. Like kid just sitting there, just like the look on his face just says it all. He's pissed off. He's like, this is bullshit.
Lost in space. Wow, nice. Tarzan.
Tarzan with a very nice curl.
Yeah, he has the freaking Superman curl right there.
Ron Eli.
Brother of the
Brother of the Spear.
The man from Uncle.
So like brother of the Spear might be frowned upon nowadays.
Oh yeah, Billy the Kid. Is that the kid
Gotta
who
have
said
Billy.
I'm out of here? Gunsmoke. Wow. Yeah, I agree, Chris. Brother of the Spirit. Yeah, very controversial name.
That might be a little frowned upon nowadays. Like, we're not gonna be showing any Brothers of the Spear. They'll not be played any longer. We had some protests last week on, but we have episode 3 of The Runaway.
Yeah, well, we're still gonna get you one of those one day. Just be like, Bleak, I want that, just so I can write. I'm out of here. Out of here.
What are you on about, Bugs?
No,
Chris
no,
and I
I
were
was
joking
thinking
around about the Runaway comic where he
Oh,
just looks
yeah.
pissed off.
The little kid, the Runaway comic with the little boy on it. He's got like a stick and bindle, and he's got a dog on his back, and he's just like, I was like, it's like the ultimate comic book. Kids just like, yeah, fuck this shit. That's the only thing missing off that cover is just saying, fuck this shit, and then just walking away. When things get thick, I run away. I don't need this. Kid's like 9. He's like, I've had enough of this shit. Oh man, this whole thing with people not watching X-Men at the same time is getting kind of detrimental because you can't talk to anybody about it.
I know, seriously.
Don't say nothing now. Don't you say nothing. But that's what everyone's doing right now. Everyone's freaking out. Like, wait a minute, did you see it? Did you see it? No. Okay.
Well, he's wearing an X-Men, like a cartoon X-Men T-shirt, for Christ's sake. I'm like, you must have seen the new show. No, I haven't watched it yet. I'm like, get the hell out of here.
I mean, all you really have to do is like if you know X-Men comic books, all you have to do is you just go on. All you have to do is just go on to eBay and you'll be like, oh, this must have happened because like that's all that happens.
What
is
kind
like
of adult man doesn't have time to go watch a cartoon? It's ridiculous.
I watched it yesterday, so I mean, I was on my own.
You know what made me mad is I wish the new Space Ghost had Zorak, because whenever I think of Zorak, I think of his voice from Space Ghost Coast to Coast, where he's like, hey, listen to me. I'm Space Ghost.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Is just like I mean, everybody knows it's that good of a show. It's just like it's the way that things are delivered now. Just because you have a streaming platform where you can watch it whenever you want, so it's very different. It's not the same as when it was on Saturday mornings. Like your ass had to be awake and home for that. Like we gotta go to the store. Like can we wait 30 minutes? Just give me a second.
Dude, I freaking love Zorak.
And I usually don't get me wrong, I don't watch it right away. I usually watch like my cartoons and stuff still on Saturdays. So I save it for I save the X-Men for Saturdays, and I save a few other cartoons for Saturdays because I'm still nostalgic like that, and that's when I watch cartoons. Saturday mornings, baby.
Zorak was the Mantis, right?
What's that, Bugs?
Zorak was the Mantis, right?
I think so, because the other guy, his name is Brack. The lion face guy was Brack. So yeah, I think so.
Cliff knows what's up.
And then I also liked the guy who looked like he was like wearing the flame gear kind of thing.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the new season of Cobra Kai, it's gonna break a lot of people because releasing it in 5 episode chunks throughout the entire year. So the first is going to be July, then November, and then at some point next year is like the absolute finale of it all. And just like 5 episodes, you'll burn through that in like one day. Like I know some people like binge the whole. They'll binge the whole thing over like a weekend when it's like 10 episodes, but 5 shit, and then you have to wait like wait the 5 months to see the next part of it. People are gonna lose their minds.
First
But
couple
it's,
seasons were good. I'm sort of over the Cobra Kai now. It's
I love it. I love the whole thing. But I will say this much. I will say this. Like as far as like if you're looking for some type of realism to base it in, but like after and I think it's like season 2 when they had that huge fight in the school that goes literally over the entire school. I was just like, okay, this is kind of nuts that it even got to this point, because once you start seeing, once that girl broke in and she's like, oh, Samantha LaRusso, I'm gonna beat your ass, bitch. I'm like, they don't have security in the school, and then like after that, I'm like, and then once like they're like literally beating up teachers and shit, I'm like, okay, somebody would have called the cops a long time ago. Like this would
It's
not
like
be going.
watching Karate Kid 1 over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I loved Karate Kid 1, and I enjoyed the nostalgic feeling that the TV show brought back for me. And now I'm all like, okay, I'm done. It's enough.
Well, the first 2 seasons are mostly like the Karate Kid 1 part, and then after that, they kind of, as they go a little bit later on, like they veered off of that path. It's not quite the same thing, so that's kind of good. Like the last
How you
season
guys
had
doing anyway?
like nothing like Karate Kid 1.
I haven't seen you guys in ages.
Dude, all my buddies died.
But it's a good show though. But I think the reason that Netflix is doing it in those 3 chunks like that is because they don't really have much other content, just because of the strike. Like they can't bring back Stranger Things because they're still working on it, and the Wednesday Addams show that got delayed, and so it's just like, that's why I think they're doing it in, just like pots. Cobra Kai is very good. You got to give it an actual like chance to watch the whole thing through, just because it's the first 2 seasons are much like, I would say they're very, very much like Karate Kid, the first Karate Kid, and then after that they kind of branch out into their own story where like things make a little bit more sense. But it's only if you're able to, I guess, give it the proper chance to like see what it can be, just because a lot of the a lot of people jump off of it early, and it happens in a lot of shows. Like I watched Walking Dead up until I watched The Walking Dead up until I think the governor's daughter gets killed, and then I just stopped. And so that's why when people are like, oh, well, what, when's the last time you watched The Walking Dead? I was like, last time I watched The Walking Dead, the governor was still alive. And people are like, oh my God, that's so long ago. I was like, yeah, I just kind of fell off of it. It's the way it is. So, I mean, it's funny though, just because like that's our delivery model now, is all streaming stuff. And, the actual shows that are on television, there's not as much urgency to watch them, just because usually within a week or so of them being on the air, they're on some streaming service. So it's like, it's tough to have that same like, like appointment television, like, mentality where it's like, I have to watch this today or else I don't get to see it for another, month. It's like, yeah, no, it'll be up next week. Like on demand is like that's how everybody gets stuff now. That's why for a lot of people, when they want to make the argument about going to the movie theaters, it's like there's a lot of people like, yeah, just wait for it to come out on streaming, and it makes perfect sense. It's just like when people say, I just wait for it to come out on video. So that's tough too, because I like going to the movies, so that I don't want to see them shut down. But I think that we kind of just have to get used to that, unfortunately, where it's just like it's tough to figure out where the actual future of everything's going to be, because people love convenience. Like I mean, I would assume, Steppo, that you would be in the theater movie type of person, right?
I beg your pardon?
I said, like to watch a movie, like are you someone that prefers to go to the theater, or would you rather wait till it to come either on television or streaming?
I confess to you that where I used to love to go to the movie theaters and watch movies,
yeah,
I get so tired of people who go to the movies to just have their cell phones on and talk through the whole movie.
Yeah,
and it bothers me because I'm trying to get absorbed into the movie and basically, really get involved with it and just, give it the whole thing. And the problem is these people are talking, they're not watching the movie, and it disrupts it to the point where I really don't like the idea. I don't like to have to fight to try to keep my attention on the movie. And then if I have to have a confrontation with them to say, hey, could you just please be quiet? Are you here to watch the movie or what? Then generally with kids these days, then they basically will give you a bunch of static and continue to do what they're doing anyway.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So I do like, and I have a very nice television system here. So if I do watch it here, I can watch it in high definition, and I can actually stop it if I have to get a drink or get a sandwich or hit the head or do whatever I do, and then come back and watch it, and maybe watch it more than once or stop it and go over a different, watch certain sequence. Like with the Pattinson Batman movie, I love the car chase in that. I mean, in the Batmobile, the Road Warrior Batmobile. I really like that sequence a lot. Who is this guy? I really do like that.
Yeah.
I'm the same way, I think, Steven. I used to love going to the movies, but now that pause button and to be able to get a snack when I want, not to hear anybody in the background, just to be, what if I don't want to watch the whole thing? I found even with myself, I'm on the internet so much, I'm on YouTube so much. I find that my attention span has gotten shorter. The more I interact with that kind of technology. And movies, 2.5 hours, that's a long time to sit down and do nothing. It's a really long time to just watch a movie. So I usually watch stuff in halves now, or I'll turn it on before bed, turn it on when I get up in the morning, kind of thing.
Yeah, Susan's the same way. To sit and dedicate the time to an entire movie. It's just really it's difficult to unless the movie is very good. Susan saw, we watched The Princess Bride. She had never watched it. We watched The Princess Bride together. Nice. She saw it for the first time, and I said, I assure you, I know you'll love it. And of course, Peter Falk and Fred Savage as the father and the grandfather and the kid, and he doesn't like it. And then he warms up to the plot, and then at the very end, he says, Grandpa, could you come by at the end? Could you come by and read it to me again? And then he stops. And the camera work is wonderful. He looks over him with a loving face. He says, as you wish. I mean, it so just brings tears to my eyes. It's so beautifully done.
Yeah, that's a great movie. It's a sad tale of Andre the Giant in that movie. He was so done in by the end of his career that the scene where he's lifting that poor girl up, he couldn't even lift her. They had to have him all tied in with ropes and pulleys and stuff like that. So it's really sad.
Yeah. And I remember watching on the Andre documentary. It was like, it wasn't even like wrestlers were talking about it. It was the actors, like Billy Crystal and Carrie Hughes were both saying like the amount of pain that he was in at all times was crazy. But that's one of the sad parts about it. But you do bring up a good point though, because I think nowadays more than other things, especially. Like you bring up a Batman movie or a superhero movie, people will go with whoever, and that person's not really into it and doesn't really know. And to your point, you're going ahead and you're into this one, trying to watch it, and then you have somebody like, what's up with this? Explain this to me. Explain that to me. I'm just bored. And then so I've seen that. I've been in theaters where they do that stuff. And
me too.
It doesn't.
Chris, me too. Me too.
Yeah, and it's just like so I get it. Like I'm pretty good at tuning that stuff out because I'm just like, I don't give a shit what you're doing. I'm watching this. So but I mean, if it really does kind of, I mean, if you get someone that's really obnoxious with it, like that can definitely be one of those things where it's like, you know what, rather just watch it at home. So the last movie I went to see in the theater was The Iron Claw, and luckily everybody that was in there was all about it. So the only thing that I remember was like, I felt bad for a guy. He was a couple rows in front of me, and he clearly had no idea what the story was about. He's like, oh, it's just a wrestling movie. All right, cool. And then so as the tragedies are happening, like at first he's sitting there, like I heard him, like he got sad when the first tragedy happens. He was like, oh man, I heard him sniffle a little bit. Then the next one happens, and he just goes, oh no, not again. And then after that, and and then after like the third and fourth try, he just goes, Jesus fucking Christ! Like the poor guy was like kind of meltdown. He's like, oh no. So that I kind of welcomed. I was like, oh, this poor guy has no. I felt horrible for him. I was like, you didn't know it was this kind of movie, huh? He's like, I thought it was about wrestling. Like this is the saddest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, yeah, it's a rough one.
I remember going to see the deer. I remember going to see the Deer Hunter.
Oh God, yeah. That movie's another one. That's
Especially if they got good music in with it, I cry. I'm like, oh yes, why? It's terrible.
Dude, like the Deer Hunter, I remember seeing that the very first time. I think I saw that the first time I was like 16, and that movie, yeah, that movie is another one with it. Like the hits just don't stop coming. It's just like it just gets more
It's
and more.
god awful. I had no idea, and there was a huge line to see it, and it was all I could do to not go outside and pretend I'll be laughing. I says, that is the best comedy I ever saw.
Yeah. No, you know what's funny is like my dad. So like
Blazing Saddles might be the best comedy I've ever seen, but
that's a great one.
Honorable mention to Airplane.
Producers too.
Also honorable mention to the bowling movie with Woody Harrelson.
Kingpin.
Oh yeah,
so good. So good.
Every time I walk into a room I've never been into before, I always say, "You call this a bowling alley?"
Nice.
Yeah, like I remember.
Chris, what about your dad? You were going to say?
Oh, so it's just like it's so the Deer Hunter resonate. It's funny when you talk to different people about it because like anybody who was like Vietnam era, like they either served or went, you know what I mean? Like they. That movie always resonates with him, and like so like I was talking to him about that, and he was like, "What'd you think about it?" and this and that. And I was just like, "That was a rough movie to watch," and he was just like, and like he like there's so much different stuff that he brought up out of it. He was just like, he's like, and, did you get why he was like yelling about the like where he couldn't kill the deer at the end and everything like that, like because he had enough of seeing that type of stuff and all the rest of it, and like it was one of those things where like because my parents got divorced when I was 8, I think. Is either 8 or 9. They got divorced at that point. So, and I hadn't seen him, so it was like I kind of reconnected with him a little bit. And I was talking with him through that, and it was one of those things where it's like I never, even as a kid, I didn't ask him much about that type of stuff, but I could tell like he felt that movie because it's like no, he's like this is stuff I went through. Like I saw stuff like this. Like it was bad. Like I have friends that had problems like this. So it was one of those things where it's just like it was for him. That's a big movie. That's a movie that like really like I guess he relates to a lot because of his experiences over there and everything. Like I don't think his was
Nixon stopped the draft right before I had to go. I had to go to Vietnam. I was senior in high school, and my number in the draft I think was number 224. I remember, so I had a very high number in the draft. Fortunately, some of my friends actually that had low numbers went into boot camp, but basically then the war ended and they said, well, we don't have it going now, so out you go. But the Vietnam War was a waste, and it was sad, and those poor people, the guys that went over there and have been afflicted by it, and I have great sympathy for them, because there but for the grace of God was I.
Yeah.
Let's say hi to All Sorts of Words. How you doing, Ricky? Good to see you.
Hello, Ricky. Hello, Ricky. Going to my local shops and showing everybody my secrets. No, I'm just joking. He actually did a great video with Lunch Money Comics, where they went around and he basically was just one of the best pictures I've ever seen as far as like going through boxes and stuff, because Lunch Money was kind of like flipping through here and there, and he's like, no, you really got to go through these boxes, like, and so like he ended up being like the Lunch Money was like the beneficiary of just Ricky digging and digging and digging and digging and like, oh, you got this book, you see this book. He ended up pulling he pulled the first Rogue out of there. He's like, you want this? And he's like, oh my god, you found this in there? He's like, yeah. He's like, that's why you gotta go through every book, man. You can't just sit there and just
It's great. Ricky is scolding Lunch Money, scolding Mike, who has 12,000, 13,000 followers. And Ricky's scolding him. I love it. Ricky's been actually doing some great stuff about the Addams Family. and all of the New Yorker cartoons on the Addams Family. And he got a double cover Addams Family #1 comic. He's been, he finds a niche, and then he really gets his fingernails dirty finding this stuff out. It was a lot of fun to look at that stuff. And if you're not careful, the FOMO kicks in big time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, it's just it's one of
Most
those
prices here are negotiable. If you ever find
I think-
something you like, we're pretty easy to deal with, my man.
I think when you find somebody that like really can
$5
give you some really
Red
good
means
information
3.
and has just all the stuff to show you like that, I think you kind of do be like, you know what, that does sound like a really awesome story. I think I want to pick some of that up myself. And then it's just like, oh, like these aren't as easy to find as so. And then you kind of get the respect for like, oh, so this guy went deep dive into this, and let you know all about it. Now you want to try to do it. Just remember, this is the path, and it's not an easy path. Like you're gonna have to, go ahead and find it all. So it's just like, because he was doing the thing with the, I think he did a trade or something of that nature for all these
I think they went that way.
And he got a fresh
I'm
dread
not
out. Which is awesome.
Well,
They
Mr.
went that way, he's going
Beckerman
that
had the answer to the wife who basically got everything from Chaz Adams, and he ended up fine at the end of the day. But she was a mercenary, and I always tell that story when I think of that, where it's the Technicolor when Technicolor came in. And it was such the 3 cameras and the 3 colors and how they were able to do that. The technology was a guy named Dr. Kalmus, and Dr. Kalmus married some gal named Natalie Kalmus, Kalmus, and old Doc Kalmus, she had decided that she didn't like him anymore, so she gave him the heave ho, and the judge awarded the rights to Technicolor to her, his thing to her. So all of these early Technicolor movies have Technicolor consultant Natalie Kalmus in the movies, and the reason why is that the only way you're going to get to use Technicolor is if I get a credit, and I mean a big credit in the movies. And they said, whatever you want, honey, we need the Technicolor. That's Natalie Kalmus for you.
The now in Technicolor is so vivid in my memory from watching stuff as a kid. Now in Technicolor, it's just so vivid for me.
I like that.
Tip of the hat to her lawyer.
Exactly.
Tip of the hat to her lawyer. Old Doc Kalmus, I think he died penniless and friendless. I don't know. I don't know.
Probably because
that's a good lawyer.
I have to say I have a soft
Is there
spot
such a thing?
Well,
No.
I have to say that because it's Mother's Day and my mom is a lawyer. So
for all the mother lawyers, right?
yeah, she's retired though.
You know what?
She's
no,
good again. She's fine again. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. Try
I have to
growing up
say-
having to debate her on something.
Oh God, forget it. Oh, just trying to explain your way out of something, and she knows you're lying.
Oh yeah,
instantly. It's like,
yeah.
remember,
I
you're
learned
under oath.
pretty-
You're like, what?
I learned pretty young that every question she asks is just setting a timeline. Oh yeah, and when did your friend call? And as she just builds her case against me.
I
Yeah,
hate
everything
that
is-
for you, Beckerman. I really hate that for you, buddy. I'm sorry.
She's like, now
So-
before I give out sentencing, you're grounded for a month, and this is why.
So my mom was a lawyer, well,
Uh-huh.
assistant county attorney and later a judge. But my uncle John's a lawyer. 2 of his sons are lawyers.
Jesus.
And then I also have some lawyers that are cousins. Of mine,
Holy
too.
cow.
Beckerman, what do you
So-
do? Are you a lawyer?
I'm an idiot. I'm the Dumbbecker. I'm the Dumbbecker.
So
I work in human resources.
So they
For
who? For who
all
and
the
how?
lawyers look at your comic book collection. go,
For a
"What is this
company
guy
here in
doing?"
Kansas City, about 385 employees and some change, mainly benefits related, some FMLA, workers comp kind of stuff.
Fair
so
enough.
there you
Well,
go.
that's not exactly, that stuff is a maze in itself, isn't it? And the different laws that change.
I don't
and
know.
then
I
the
still feel pretty dumb.
qualifications. What's that?
I don't know. I still feel pretty dumb.
I
You're
wonder
not
if
dumb.
You don't come across it that way, my friend. You do not.
You're definitely
you're
not
ruining
dumb.
my gimmick of being the Dumbbecker.
It's just sitting there, like
I
you know,
don't
they're
buy
scamming
it.
you. Don't you? Like, well, I mean, I don't know that. Like look at the information
Well,
that they're giving you. Like,
all right, Beckerman's not a dumb human being. He might be a dumb Becker, but he's not a dumb
Yeah.
human being.
No, yeah. I'm just the dumbest of my family.
I don't know. I like the thing about the technical though, just because I have this affinity for everything. Everything goes back to like Chappelle Show for a lot of stuff, and so all I can think of is her sitting there like, "You want technical? You got to go through me." And anybody who can sit there and say, anyone who can corner a mic and say, "You got to go through me," is my hero. So I love this woman. She's amazing. Good for her.
Gentlemen, I'm going to get ready to go and have lunch, a wonderful Mother's Day lunch. It's been a pleasure to be with you all. I appreciate seeing you, and I look forward to church next week.
Seppo,
Yes.
real pleasure, my friend.
So
you
will
have
you be
yourself a great
away in the
Sunday and happy
jeans?
Mother's Day to Susie Q. And yeah, have an awesome rest of your day, Seppo. Enjoy the food.
Yeah, man. Have a good day.
Take care.
Bye, Steppo.
We got Rad Art in the house. How you doing, Rad?
I love that.
Who's the other person here? I
That
can't
is
see the names.
Vox.
Oh, Vogs is still here.
Yeah, he says the internet was acting up, so he's kind of in limbo.
Oh,
So
no, Vox
No,
is
that's
gone,
Glenn.
I think. Vox is
Yeah,
gone.
Vogs is gone.
Flabby,
Ah,
flabby fella.
That's Glenn.
Yeah, that's Glenn.
Oh,
Glenn's the
I
flabby
see.
fella. K-pop is the
And,
biggest turd around. I'm sure.
K-pop may have passed out from exhaustion. We never know.
I don't doubt it. If K-pop isn't on,
she
she's
was-
probably sleeping.
She just
I
sit
went
there
to
and goes, you know what?
I went to call my mom.
Lies, bullshit, lies.
No, I really
We brought her
called
back from the dead.
You did. No, I went to go make a pizza, and I'm moving to my other computer because I have to prep for my show and then work on some Muppet stuff.
Work on some things.
Work on some things, some things. Yeah.
It defies a plot to get my hands on some type of technology like that, so I can. You got to go through me. Oh, I can't wait. I'll say this much: never give me that power, because if I ever have that, I'm using it. I had a megaphone. I'll scream it. You got to go through me. I love it. But I do find that interesting though. All like Beckerman's whole family is lawyers, and he's like, you know what? Not
And
gonna put that pressure on
doctors.
myself.
Doctors
And
are
doctors?
lawyers.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So you basically have
So
the
my
Huxley-
Uncle John has 4 kids. The two boys, 2 girls. The 2 boys are lawyers. The 2 girls are doctors.
Wow.
And then my cousin Sarah, she's a teacher, so she's like me. We're the dumb ones.
That's
and then
alright.
who's left? My cousin Tom works in marketing for a makeup company called Sephora, and
Oh, wow.
he does pretty
Alright.
well for himself.
Yeah.
And then my cousin Allie is the White House liaison for the Department of Transportation.
Oh, so another one that just
Why
kind of
does-
skated by.
Why did this
It's just
thumbnail
like-
have you confused, Master?
You know what you
Tell me
gotta
why.
do. You have to say like don't sit there and say like, oh yeah, no, like me and my cousins, we're the dumb ones. Like, you know what, we just don't like to brag. We're just the ones that don't like to brag. Everybody else is bragging, telling you all this great stuff that they do. We're the humble ones. We don't need any of that. I just need some Speedball comics. That's all I need.
Yep.
New War stuff. That's all. That's it.
I've got more Speedball comics than all of them.
But think about it though. Now, if you had gone that path, I mean, you could actually own everything. Speed, like you'd own all. I mean, it's kind of hard to say because then again, you do have a very impressive collection of it, and you have to do all that. It just would have been easy to get your hands on that type of stuff.
Oh,
I feel like though that would have been like cheating. Yeah, but that's cheating. I don't need to be rich. If I'm rich, where's the game in that?
So when I
Doing
was
it
off on my phone call with my mother, did I miss anything?
No, we're just talking. Nothing crazy.
The usual nonsense. That's all.
No one had showed anything or anything like that. So, but we're just having conversations about streaming and trying to watch different stuff and.
Mastodon, I thought I would try clickbait things today, so I put the final chapter to see what would happen. And it got a
How
lot more-
clickbaity.
It got a lot more people in my stream in the last couple of weeks. Maybe they thought I was going to cry and give up
Oh.
YouTube.
You were
Not
gonna be
gonna.
so upset. You're gonna save your mustache. It was gonna be terrible.
Yeah, I was gonna shave my mustache right on live TV. It's gonna be
Awful.
sad.
There used to be this guy that used to do these art instruction videos. He was kind of funny because like he part of his thing is to insult the shit out of people. He's like, because you're stupid and you're a baby and you don't know anything. And then he'd actually show you what he wants to show you. But then he'd end every video like, yeah, so you know, hope you guys had fun because I'm gonna be quitting YouTube. And he said that, and like sometimes he's like work tears his eyes, like I'm quitting YouTube. And he'd end every video with that shit. And there'd be like some like sad music under it and everything. And then people come back and like, is he gonna quit?
YouTube doesn't burn me. I get some people get burned out on YouTube, but I don't really get burned out on it. It's just something I do for fun.
Yeah.
Oh, you're also only doing one Sunday show and will pop on every now and then. But when you have like 4 to 6 actual streams a week where you have to run the chat and type shit and actually talk to somebody, it's fucking exhausting.
Sounds like K-pop.
Well, that's the precious reality.
Is this K-pop's last show?
You want to sit there and talk all this nonsense and say all this stuff, but I mean, Queen, you earned the right. You want to be called Queen. This is what comes along with it. Regardless if my daughter just randomly called you that, it's all the same. No, but I can definitely see how. I don't know how you do it because it's so much, and you know, where you find the time to do that and actually have regular responsibilities is beyond me. But good for you, because that's great stuff. I mean, just to be able to say, like, I'm going to have an interview with somebody on my channel is a lot to get that set up, make sure everything goes well. To do that multiple times a week.
What you need to do to set up for one show is insane. Like,
I know.
It's a lot of back and forth with the person that you're interviewing. A lot of times they can't make it and they have to extend it. Like that happened today. It was originally supposed to be at 7. We pushed it back to 8 because he is Australia time. So that's fine. We did that. But then, like, you have to make thumbnails. You can't just plop a thumbnail on there. You have to make a thumbnail because it has to do with that person's either book or that person that you're talking to. So you individually have to make one for each one. Then you have to go and put all their stream description stuff in the stream for each individual stream. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll say this one. I couldn't do that just because I don't have the time. And it's just like,
I'm not that motivated.
Yeah. You don't even make content on your own channel. I know.
Exactly. I just show up on other people's stuff. Being the captain is overrated. You know who has a good time? The ensign. That's who has a good time. He's just along for the ride.
Causing the shit, not having to do anything. Great.
I feel like the first mate could be all right too. Just as long as this guy's not dead, we're good.
Katie, don't give all my secrets away. This is about more than me and my dream of doing nothing.
Don't worry. I have not told everybody every individual detail. You're good.
Like, do you not understand what this is all about? Like, you could have been I could have been lots of things, but I chose.
What really annoys me is when people be like, "You don't get it. You shouldn't be doing YouTube." Blah blah blah. If you get burnt out on it, okay. Listen, there's many dumb shit that happens in a lifetime that can contribute to your burnt outness. Okay.
You know who gets really offended by my whole not a YouTuber, but I'm here?
Mm-hmm.
Marcus. It drives him nuts. Oh yeah, because people will be like, "Oh, do you have a channel too?" No, I don't. I don't do the YouTube. And he's like, "Yes, you do." Like he goes off the rails every time.
Because you do a couple things elsewhere, but you're not really on your own channel, which is hilarious. So
correct.
Oh, you do, but it's not active. It's just one of those things where it's like, you know what back this thing is? It's just like those websites back in the day, under construction. It's just under construction. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, and it's a slow process. We'll be up and running at some point, but for now, we're just cruising along.
I just I love that it bothers him.
That's funny.
Do you know what you could be? You could be more than this. Yeah, but do I want to be? That's the question. And I really don't.
I also love that you really try to attempt to do FOC, and then all you guys try your hardest to prevent that from happening. Because
I'm pro FOC. I just I get drowned out by the masses.
Yeah.
That's absolute nonsense. Because you have got on that show before to stop FOC, Becker.
I have never.
With my own 2 eyes.
Yeah, no, that reminds me a little bit of was it the Vince Vaughn and Dodgeball? He's like, you know what? He's like, I just stopped caring, and let me tell you, it was phenomenal. Just sitting there chilling, not doing anything at all. Just you know what?
Not doing anything. That's what I achieve to do every day.
We had a good Marcus and I had a good time Friday night. We went to a new wrestling outfit that is broke into Kansas City called Fountain City Pro, and it's a lot of the guys that wrestle at CSW. But it's Friday nights instead of Saturday, and I actually didn't think I'd like that. I kind of liked it because it left my weekend still open. I'm not tired today because I went out Friday night. The other thing I liked that they do is if you buy first row tickets. So for CSW, when we, Marcus and I always sit in the front row, I have to go early to save our spots. And they're uncomfortable metal chairs and they shove them right next to each other. So I end up buying 2 seats so that I have an extra for me because I'm a bigger guy and I don't want anyone else to have to suffer for that. So I do 2 seats and then one for Marcus. Well, this one, the seats weren't like jammed next to each other and they were padded like the nice like banquet hall seats.
Oh, there you go.
Where there's a pad on the back and on the seat. Oh my.
Nice.
And they were assigned. So like when we came in, they had like names for all of us. And because Marcus bought ours, I had to sit on Marcus's name, but they misspelled his first name too, which is great. What a jabroni. They can't even.
Did they spell it Mark Ass?
No, they spelled it Markus because he's not important enough to get it right for.
How do you fucking misspell Marcus? That's so.
I don't know, but they sure did it.
Wow.
I think I sent the picture to Bleak.
No, that's
this outlaw show of yours seems like they're putting the quality and production value way above the other ones.
So we know it's owned by a couple of different people, but one of the driving forces behind it's a guy named Chase that has a YouTube show called the I-70 Hot Tag. Him and his partner are 2 of the driving forces on this. And then they partnered up with a guy that was in a partnership for a previous indie promotion in the area that went out of business. So I thought it was fantastic for what their budget is. They did a good job, for the level of guys. I mean, they kind of had to raid the B and C tier of St. Louis to kind of fill out their show, and it showed. I mean, some of it was a little but for $25, I definitely got my money's worth. It was a fun time. Assigned seating, very nice facilities, like the nicest bathroom I've ever had at an indie show. It was at this really nice event center out in Olathe. Wait,
Beckerman, what does it cost to go see a WWE show nowadays? Just a regular Monday or
$50 and up. 40, 50.
I mean,
and those are for your cheaper.
Yeah, like it's at least $50, and you're I mean, and that's just a walk in the door. Like if I wanted to go see it in the Garden, even if it's it's not gonna be a sold out house show. We're not talking like if you're talking about a house show that's not sold out, that's not televised. It's still around like $40-$50. If you're talking about like Raw or SmackDown or whatever,
we're talking about
$60-$70 just to start. It just because they're in a big arena with the Boston.
I mean, sometimes you can get in. So I had friends go to Raw here in Kansas City for free because you can sign up to be a seat filler.
Yeah.
I'm personally too old and too fat to be playing those games. I want to just hit on Mastodon. I love old school WCW. It kind of went off the rails at the end, and I like the beginning of it when it transitioned from Georgia, but Jim Herd, drove their booking into the ground. Yeah. Some of those storylines and who they chose to push was a little bad, but there's a sweet spot in WCW that exists before the NWO gets out of control and after they got rid of Jim Herd. There is like a sweet spot of really good wrestling that reminds me of the territories.
Was that what, like 93-ish? Because I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. Probably like around 93 or so.
120
that they got rid of Jim Herd.
Yeah, I don't know. I liked a lot of the, when, not that I think he's a jobber, but at that point in his career, he was in the latter part of it. Like the Saturday shows where Bobby Eaton would always be on him and usually put some young guy over. I liked that era of WCW that kind of connected to the old Crockett Promotions guys.
Yeah. Like I'm not sure when specifically Jim Herd took over, but I know I want to say
the beginning of WCW. Jim Herd takes over.
It wasn't quite 1990 because I know I remember Halloween Havoc 90. I think that was around that time because that's when they started doing the Black Scorpion thing.
Oh God, yeah, that was so bad.
So, and it's just like that, yeah, like that was really like where things kind of went south, and then it was just like you get to like 93-ish or whatever, like when he wasn't there anymore, and they had a couple of different really.
Did you follow AEW last year?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, so the whole devil mask thing.
Yeah.
That was totally Tony Khan's Black Scorpion.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. History repeats itself.
It's funny because it's like, there's so much of it where like, it didn't make any sense. It was like where are you going with this? And then like nowhere. Just to kind of randomly bring it up again. And then it was like Adam Cole's been the devil. It's like, but this is stupid. This is like, I mean, like, so Adam Cole was kind of forced into that tag team at MJF, and then they're getting over and they're friendly together, and then all of a sudden it's like, no, I'm the one. It's like the whole time it's like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. And like, I think a lot of that too goes back to injuries and everything else, and then like Tony Khan is not a good booker in the fact that like when an injury pops up, he doesn't know how to pivot away from that and kind of go a different direction. He's put everything long-term booked into one thing, and then when he has to go a different direction, he just puts some fucking weird shit together. He's like, all right, and Alien's gonna come in this match, all right? Is that all right with you? It's like, no. Like why are they here? Like, what's going on with them? So
I don't know. I'm obsessed with Lucha Underground right now. It looks. I know Beckerman. I know somebody died in the promotion, but man, I never saw it when it was around. But I just found it, and man, that shit is fucking awesome as hell. It is so cool. I'm surprised. It sucks that it's not around anymore. Actually.
I liked how I liked their presentation of the story. It almost felt like a TV show, instead of wrestling.
Really did.
And that's what they were going for. That's what they
had great characters, cool outfits. Like, it was pretty dope, man.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Like, I remember at that time that there were two shows that they were both on MTV, which is kind of weird. But there were two wrestling shows that kind of like aired on different days on MTV. It was what's it called, Lucha Underground, and then they also had what's it called, Wrestling Society X, and it was kind of funny because it's like Wrestling Society X was kind of like, if you're gonna look at it, it was almost kind of this mashup of all these indie guys from all over the place. So you had Ring of Honor guys, you had people that were like CZW, and like a bunch of like just other indie guys all on one card. So it was like, here's all these people you never heard of, and watch them. And then the roster would change, every week just because different people had different, openings in their schedule. So like it wasn't like they had the same talent all the time. They had some, but not all of it. And so it was like you would see a lot of people that now you think, oh, I know who Jimmy Jacobs is. I know who now Seth Rollins, aka Tyler Black. The Necro Butcher. I never saw him before. So you saw a lot of people that you never, kind of got around to. And then Lucha Underground was kind of the same. But they had established more of a contract system with those people, whereas like they had actual talent signed there. They kind of had an MJF guy before MJF even existed, because they had this dude. He was an American wrestler, and so he was fully embracing being the bad guy, the Rudo, and he was really athletic. And he would never do flips. So he'd be like, I'm not doing that flippy stuff. This is garbage. He's like, it's all about mat wrestling with me. So he would pretend like he's going to go to the top rope and then come down like, nope, you don't get to see that. And, it was a very, very, it It was a very, very different product, but it was cool though. It was definitely different, and it was very different from what was being presented as far as professional wrestling was concerned at that point.
Yeah, it just seems so. It seems darker. I don't know. It just seemed cool to me, but you know.
Yeah, and what was it?
Now I'm watching rewinds of it.
They have this one thing, and I don't know if it's just one type of match or if it was a tournament. I think it was called Aztec Warfare. That was like kind of like, and I think that was like kind of like the Royal Rumble or something like that. But it was just a cool name. It was like, oh, Aztec Warfare. I wonder what this is all about. And then I'm looking at
Lita was in Lucha Underground for a while.
Yeah.
Lita and Ray and some good talent.
What was it? It wasn't Eddie Guerrero's daughter, I think, was in too.
Russo is probably the worst WCW booking got.
Oh yeah, because so Russo. Here's what I'll say about Vince Russo. As far as like with WCW, it just was like it was the wrong type of crowd. It was the wrong, it was the wrong everything. Like you couldn't do what he did that worked for WWF. I think a lot of it was just luck in the Attitude Era. It was just luck that the shit worked out. Because like if you go back and watch, it's like some of the shit is stupid. But like really stupid.
They never let him go unfiltered. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Vince always took variations of his ideas.
Yeah. And then, but WCW, they were just like, letting him do what he wanted. And it's like, this isn't going to work. Like, don't you understand? Like, as much as you want to say that,
back.
Yeah, I'm taking some stuff to Goodwill.
Well, it's like, if you look at it, and it's just like, it doesn't really, like, you'd be like, oh, well, territories are over, so it shouldn't matter about, like, Southern wrestling. But it's like, yes, but all those people that, like, watch WCW, they're Southern wrestling fans. And it's like, and so it comes across differently to them. And how you're presenting this is just nonsense. Like they see through it because they like Southern wrestling fans are more into the sport of wrestling as far as like they look at it, not that they take it more seriously, but they look at it like
wrestling.
Yeah, it was more of a sport. Like that's what and really like so they derive a lot of realism from the matches that are on there. Because I'll say as much as WWF in like the 80s was popular because of the fact that it was like just this bigger than life type thing. Like the stuff that WCW was doing in the late 80s, or the mid to late 80s, was very hard hitting stuff. It was like, okay, like there's reasons for this other than you have a superhero taking on all these big, super, just big threats. It was like, no, like these guys did these things to this guy here, and like it was just like it was easy to tell a story there just because it was emotional. Like the Road Warriors jumped, they jumped Dusty and they took a spike in his eye. Like, okay. Like, well, we know why he wants to hurt this guy. Like, not just some random, I'm a big bad giant, I'm going to smash everything in front of me. Well, okay. Like why so other than Hulk Hogan is just the king of virtue, like King Kong Bundy's just going to break his ribs just to do it? Whatever, because he's a mean person. So it was different. And so to take that and just to put a bunch of outlandish ass shit into something that's like, been formed in the way of that, like, we more of a sport. It was never work. So he should never been.
If WCW would have stayed in that package they were in, they wouldn't have lasted as long as they did. It was good. It was probably better technical wrestling, but I don't think it would have made it as long. I don't know. Maybe it would have. Maybe it just stayed a blip under the radar and just stayed the way it was. But who knows?
I think had they done what Becca had said about like WWF, which is like, all right, we're gonna listen to a variation of your ideas, but when they gave that man full reign to do whatever he wanted, like that was the end of them, because he wanted to do all this Jerry Springer shit, and it's like, yeah, this is not gonna work. Yeah, like, he wants to see that crap. Like, I'll even say, he may have been able to get away with it, and I don't know about Pizza Central, but he would have been able to get away with it in ECW, because ECW, Paul Heyman isn't as out to lunch as Vince Russo was, so he could have made it work. Paul Heyman. Now, if you put Paul Heyman in WCW in charge of it at that time, I think Paul would have failed too, just because it's like, what you want to do here isn't gonna, like, these people out. They don't want that type of stuff. They want actual good wrestling. That's all you gotta do. Put on a good wrestling show, make the stories make sense. You'll be fine. But and WCW could have still been around had they just had the right people around to book. Like, let's say if Cornette was still around to book WCW, with Dusty, like they would have been fine.
Possibly.
Absolutely.
Sometimes the big fish dies quicker than the little fish. Like who knows? But
to be honest,
I was wanting to bring up David Flair. I think that David Flair was a bigger downer, and people probably stopped watching a lot because it's Ric Flair's son was the champ, and he was dating Stacy Keibler. Like,
well, that was a lot of the Russo influence though too. And then the thing
that
is,
was
too,
real
is,
bad wrestling. That's some of the worst wrestling you can watch.
What they never learned is that they never learned the lesson from when you have arguably the biggest champion that promotion has ever had, and now his son's wrestling for them. It usually doesn't work. David Sammartino wasn't even close to as good as Bruno was.
It's kind of like it's like Vern Gagne and Greg Gagne and shit. Like, at least they can wrestle a little bit, but they don't look like wrestlers. So it's just like, what the hell is this?
Well, Vern was an old school wrestler, so he wasn't a tall guy, but he was big muscles and everything like that. He was you could make him look legit. Greg Gagne was very skinny. It was tough to make him look legit. It was tough for him to have this guy's gonna beat up Bruiser Brody. Really, he's gonna beat him? I don't think so. But David Flair's the other one. It's like you could have told, you could tell just looking at him, like, this guy's a string bean. He shouldn't be doing this.
Well, I get stuff.
But he's got the name.
Yeah, I got another one right here. I'm dropping off big old hefty bags of donate.
Just picked up these guys.
Oh, nice.
Mostly for
donation.
There you go.
I got it, bub.
Some trade paperbacks for the people.
Thank you for the help.
all the Walking Dead trade.
Nah, hop in there. We're done. Yeah, I'll take a receipt. Thanks.
Oh yeah, of course,
Oh.
my friend. Of course. Yeah. You do your thing. Brother.
Okay, cool.
You do your thing. You can
Thank
move
you.
anything you want. We're pretty easy going.
They gave me a coupon.
DJ Wise says David Arquette winning the title was bad too. Yeah, that was more. Well, they were trying to do the synergy with
Flair
the
were
movie.
two of the ones that stand out the most to me as non-wrestler bullshit.
Well, that's because they had made that movie and so they were trying to
Oh, those are
capitalize.
money, Bleeker. Good job.
Yeah, they're pretty good, man. Not bad.
Yeah, those are easy to sell usually.
Yeah, they should be sellable.
That's what got me into comics. Is my girlfriend wanted one of those, and I wouldn't let her get it. I said, "Nope, you're getting floppies." Fuck that.
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm
I
addicted,
love Darth Maul, bro. He's awesome.
but not at first.
Probably the same one. This one's sealed. So.
Yes, sir.
If we're gonna spend money, we're gonna get the floppies. We're getting the real shit.
Said Brooke Adams and Christy Hemme had me hooked. Christy Hemme, I remember they made a big deal about her and then she kind of faded away. But then she showed up in TNA for a while. But I always thought that the woman that they could have pushed more and made more of a big deal about would have been Mickie James. Like, I think Mickie James was the best wrestler, of that next group of people that was following Trish and Lita.
Tell you what pisses me off about WWE and people that talk about how the Attitude Era and all that shit. They absolutely did not have hot chicks before WCW. The fucking Attitude Era, if you want to get technical, started in ECW. WCW followed suit, and then WWE or whatever the fuck you want to call it. So I don't give Attitude Era any fucking credit. Like, okay, you guys did it, but it wasn't creative. It wasn't anything that y'all invented. They just fucking copied everybody else.
Well, the thing is that, usually when it comes to stuff like that, it's the people that have the best marketing will end up being the ones to, go ahead and say, hey, like we did this. And it's not so much they did it first, just we did it better. And that,
Well, don't
that's
you
kind
think
of
it's because they
how
get
that
to
works.
control the narrative too with history? I mean,
Exactly, yeah.
WWE emerged victorious, so they get to tell everybody through their deal with A&E and doing the history shows
Yeah.
that they do. Oh, this is how it happened. And a lot of times,
Yeah.
if you're a wrestling fan and you know your stuff, you watch those shows and you're like, they're glossing over a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah,
here.
a ton of stuff. And I mean, a lot of those are revisionist history where they tell you all these different things and how this completely worked. Because you think about it, like they get to sit there and say like, oh well, like the Attitude Era, basically is what won the Monday Night War. So that was what made it. And it's just like and people can go ahead and point back like, no, this is more than that. This is where like things kind of went from, and this is where you kind of got. I mean, this is straight where you got your idea from, and they'll say, well, where are they today? I mean, if they were so good, I mean, we may have gotten their idea, but we perfected that idea. So, that's kind of the hard part where it's just like, the history is written by the winners part thing,
Yeah.
I saw a really good Ted DiBiase interview yesterday, and he was talking about how Vince can build up a wrestler, and WCW just used old WWF wrestlers, and then Vince kind of had to start from scratch because most of his shit he built up went to WCW, but eventually it caught up to him. He started building up more wrestlers, and that's kind of what really happened.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, you have yes and no. I mean, because there's a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys that he got his hands on from other promotions that he didn't really do anything with that he could have done more. Like you look at, and I'm not saying like Dusty wasn't, he was winding down. So, but you look at how they did him, and it's like, no, this guy's a former, NWA.
What
champion.
WCW product besides Goldberg was a success? What was a big WCW they developed?
That they developed.
Exactly.
Started there. Booker T.
Maybe Raven, Booker T. That's a good one.
I would argue that Raven started in ECW.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah.
No, Raven was the ECW thing, but I mean, I was gonna say you can't overlook Sting. Like Sting is like easily like the
Stinger.
He's the one
that's a good one.
Sting, Chris Jericho.
Yeah. And I mean,
good. Mastodon, there he is.
Benoit went back.
Yeah, I mean Benoit, was more or less their thing. I mean, but he was more or less, him being himself. I mean, but Booker T definitely, absolutely. Giving more, I guess, spotlight to those guys who
DDP.
Yeah, DDP.
Oh yeah, DDP is good.
I mean, they had him. They had.
Right, I gotta go again. I'll be back.
See you, buddy.
Dean Malenko, Eddie Guerrero, I don't know if I consider them to be the.
It was so good. I got 5 strikes in a row.
Nice. Good job.
Guys, so I went to a bowling party and
You got 5?
You got 5 strikes in a row.
Good job.
Good job.
Not you, Ellie. Did you want to give yours?
Are we just going to stare at Bleeker's logo this whole time? Come on, Bleak. Help us out. There he goes.
I'm going to go
Son,
to
Mother's Day clap.
Or Katie, whoever did it. Hi.
I'm going to my mom's just saying here.
It was me. What's up?
Queen?
Yes, hello. Hi.
Queen said you weren't here.
She wasn't there just a second ago. She popped in.
I
some popcorn.
wasn't. I was making some frozen pizza that did not go well.
It did not go well. How do you mess up frozen pizza?
You throw it in a thing and then
ready.
you forget what temperature you put it on, and then you come back and it's all burnt-y, and you're like, yay! Thanks, pizza.
Honestly, sometimes I prefer frozen pizza burned.
What is cars in the driveway?
I didn't feel like doing anything, making anything, or nothing.
Didn't
I
come
just
by
picked
me.
it up,
I haven't
threw it in
moved
there.
on. I don't know where she is.
Which happens today. I'm here, but not here at the same time. I'm like the Wizard of Oz right now. I'll be back in a second.
That's what I'm saying. She hasn't come down here. She hasn't said a word.
How you doing, guys?
Yeah, not she's leaving. She said she'll be back.
Queen!
Yes, Minion, yes.
She
So went to a bowling party.
Wait, hold on a
straight
second.
in a row.
Let me make you large. You can really tell this
Oh,
story.
right,
Let's okay. Thank you. Hi.
Hi. I went to a bowling birthday party.
You can stop with that. You have to sit there and do the whole hair thing. Come on now.
No, you got the hair. You got to show it off. I'm just saying. That's the rules.
She's landing on older thick right now. Can you just say it right now?
Chris, quit trying to micromanage this story.
And also,
Show him more here too.
when I was at the bowling party, I got 5 strikes in a row.
Oh snap! Nice. Did you win? Were you the ultimate winner of the bowling? Yes. Yes. Oh, way to go! Way to put the birthday kid to shame. I like it. You are my minion.
They can see it too. Yep. She lost her tooth.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. You lost a tooth. That's right. Look at that.
My second one.
Our second one. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
And look at my hair.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's lovely. Look at that. Look at that. Are those braided things with beads and sparkles?
Yeah, they're blue.
They're blue. It matches your shirt.
Nah, this is Barbie.
Barbie, yes.
It's a Betty shirt.
The Barbie shirt. I'll have to pull out my Barbie.
Further over the top.
Show you.
Okay.
Betty shirt.
That is
They don't
not
need to see
true.
about it.
Team
There you go.
Mother's Day.
I want to see Daddy's Barbie shirt.
I'm going
Yeah.
to take these,
Yeah, can you do that jump
I
now?
wish you were in there.
Yeah, where's your blue sparkle ponytail?
No one wants to touch you.
That's right. You gotta come out. You're Chris. You're gonna be in big trouble with teenagers.
Yeah. 7 years old. All right. That's all I'm telling you. That's what I say. If you use your powers for evil, we're all in serious trouble here. You can't do that.
I know.
She's a firecracker.
You have to change it up sometimes. You have to do good, but also wait till later and then do the villainy. That way they will never track you because you're so used to you doing good during the day.
Okay. Thank you.
Team Momo girl, bye.
What is
Bye.
I don't understand what any of that was, but
I don't either. She was just saying,
You wanna,
all it was is she was saying bye, but now she's.
Yeah, I'll be right
like-
back. I'm just gonna run to my booth
Yeah.
and grab a
Oh,
fight.
I can hear Bleak now, so he's got lots of action happening, or his mic has died. I don't know, something or other. But
Well, I think he said something about he's going back to his booth or something. So.
oh, he was making the rounds, showing off the mustache, getting some meat from the meat guy. Might have been what happened. Yeah. All
But
right.
No, I'm just going. I
then-
got I bought a comic book for $5.
There you go. There you go.
About the
What a
first
comic book for $5.
the first Spider.
So
Let me see. Hold on, this is driving me insane. I'm gonna see if I can amp up your audio because your audio is pissing me
I
off.
did. I have it. That's pretty
Let me see.
cheap for that book.
Well, it's got a big scene on
It's a lot
So, yeah.
of it, like what you got for High
I didn't really get to. I don't think finish answering Biggie's question about who WCW created, but it seemed like there was a pretty good list that was given of people.
yeah. I think we
I
covered
mean,
it.
Yeah, but I mean,
My-
they had a lot of good talent. They had a lot of really, just good homegrown stuff, and then I mean, both of them.
You go, my man.
WCW and WWE misuse each other's talent. Absolutely, because some people translate well on one show, they don't translate it well on the other.
There he is.
The Amos Spidey.
All right.
I just paid
Okay, I
$5 for
reduced
that
your
bad boy.
background volume and I bumped your mic up to 200, so I think we could be able to hear you a little bit better now.
Kaboom!
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just got that for $5. It's not bad.
There you go.
Oh, nice. That's a good one.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it's in good shape.
Very nice.
Nice first spider armor. Not bad.
Very cool.
It's one of the best shiny covers.
Did someone buy that? Did someone buy the Darth Maul figure? I think it was.
That is a Whitman. It's a good. Whitmans are still all right though. They just don't go for nearly as much as the regular ones, but they're
I meant-
creeping up in
I
price.
meant
Whitman Star Wars stuff. It creeps up in price. pretty
Must
good.
be talking about Star Wars 1.
Yeah. Said, look, man, I don't need any Whitman shit,
Thank
man.
you, brother. I appreciate you.
I like the
That was a good one.
Whitmans. Don't be giving the Whitmans some shit. The Whitmans are
I know.
good.
Yeah,
I like
he's got good
I like
ones.
Walt Whitman.
Yeah, the old Whitmans are nice. Okay, he
yeah.
muted himself. He's
Leaves
talking
him
shop.
trash.
So guess what? Boom. Hi.
Walt Whitman was a
So
downfall.
let's talk about Ric Flair.
Yeah.
Boo, Ric Flair.
I'm always behind on the internet gossip, but like a week and a half ago, about a week ago, old Rick got himself kicked out of a pizza parlor in
Ooh,
Gainesville, Florida.
That's some juice right there.
Paisanos. Oh no, it wasn't abuse.
Yeah,
Rick was-
Paisanos.
He was like, I spend a lot of money in this place. He was being a real asshole.
$1,500. What the hell did he buy for $1,500
How
for
much
the
pizza
pizza?
you eating? Yeah, and then it was funny because he's yelling at the guy.
I brought my
and the
friends
guy's
here and I spent a bunch of money. Why you guys kicking me out? I'm Ric fucking Flair, man.
Yeah, so
Well,
right
yeah,
here we
but
have I spent $1,500 at Paisanos SFP to be disrespected more than I ever have in my entire life. And after taking 20 pictures with customers and staff, I was asked to leave because of an issue I had with the kitchen manager taking too long in the bathroom. I would highly recommend that anyone who wants to enjoy a relaxing time in Gainesville at a nice restaurant to never visit this place. Woo.
Yeah.
I also
and then,
how many
I
people
liked
did
his
he have
argument.
with him for $1,500?
then somebody
like
else
to-
says, I'm the manager of Paisanos SFP sister location off Archer. Mr. Flair was being drunk and disorderly. He wooed directly into a blind grandmother's face.
Oh,
After being confronted, he picked up furniture and swung it menacingly. We love Rick, but he was boogered.
Yeah. No, well, that was the thing. Like the guy was yelling at him, and he kept calling him an asshole and pussy and all the rest of this shit. And then
What do you buy for $1,500 in a pizzeria?
apparently, I think alcohol. I think they must have alcohol there.
What
There's no
pizzeria
way.
sells alcohol? Nobody. Okay, what did you have to say, Bleak? Because you got cut off like 90 times.
That's okay.
It's your show.
I don't know. When we actually put real pieces, we put real gold in the pizza. That's why it costs $600 a pop.
Dude, how much are you spending on one pizza, and how many people were with you to get a $1,500
That's
bill?
the thing. Like, because I'm
Or was
I
it
mean,
like
you're gonna be doing the math.
3 pizzas and you were just giving them the rest in tip? Because that's a lot of food.
Well, he gave the lady
Just the tip.
he gave the girl that worked there $1,000 tip and said, "Don't split it with this dipshit." And he was just like, I didn't do anything. He's like, you asked me to leave. He's like, I told you you cut
That's
off.
gotta be included.
I didn't
then.
say you had to leave.
Hi, Cav. Hi, Froggy.
I like that he says that he's like when he's talking, he's like, I put this place over, and I'm like,
yeah,
Rick, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? You're buying
He's using
pizza.
that was the best. He's using a wrestling term. He's like, look, he's like, I did the gimmick. I put you guys over, and this is what you do to me. He's like, and I'm sure the guy's like, you put us over what? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, Rick? Stop.
I wish the guy knew the wrestling terms. He'd be like, no, you were nothing but a heel. You sat there and you did all these different things, Rick.
Oh, that was awesome. That was
What is it?
awesome. He could have came out of the bathroom like he was waiting forever and just been like Hulk Hogan'd it up and just been like, started a wrestling fight right there in the middle of the damn restaurant. But great.
What's the most
Rick.
expensive pizza you've ever bought? One pizza. I'm trying to sit here and
$45.
think, and I don't think I've ever spent over $30.
I don't think I
on pizza.
No, I think the most expensive pizza I've ever had was like
Maybe like
$25.
33.
Yeah.
Tip.
Okay, so if I do it online, then you have to add like the extra shit, but that was like 36, but that was like a giant honking pizza with a bunch of toppings. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're
I'm
talking about
trying to think.
Pizza Hut. If you order Pizza Hut, it's very expensive nowadays. It's ridiculous.
But
Is
even
it over?
Actually,
Is it over $40?
If I ordered like for skip the dishes or something, I think I paid $55 for a pizza.
But that was with
Jeez,
delivery
for
tip and whatever.
Yeah, that's with delivery.
Okay,
Nothing else
so,
but
like,
pizza.
I don't
Nothing
think
else but pizza.
I don't think I've
55
ever
bucks.
bought like you know how you go a place and it costs like $50. I don't think I've ever even seen a pizza that costs $50 on a menu somewhere.
I don't think so either.
Bleaker, even at $55 a pizza, Ric Flair would have had to order 27 of them to get a $1,500 bill.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm kind of feeling like, because like you said, even if he's
How
ordering
much
a drink,
pizza did he get?
yeah, like
Well-
was he just did he buy it for the entire restaurant? Like, pizza's on the house, folks. Yeah, I'll take 5.
What
Thanks.
happened?
Flair reminds me of me when I was 20. We walked into a restaurant in the morning because we'd all been pretty wasted all night. We all, there's 20 of us almost. So we ordered food. The food bill came to about $60. The booze bill, however, that was really expensive. So I assume Ric Flair bought a lot of booze with his pizza.
Well, that
Okay.
depends.
That's the thing.
That depends. If
Oh,
you go
I
to
mean,
like,
he definitely did.
but
Because
if
he got
you go
kicked
to
out.
like an actual pizza restaurant that sells it, because not all of them have liquor license.
Yeah. Well, this
At
one
least
must
some
have.
will have like a couple of beers or whatever, but they don't have actual liquor in most of those places.
Well,
Like
the
they might
thing
have
that-
wine if you go to a fancier one, but they're not
Yeah.
usually selling liquor at a pizza place.
But even
Brad,
still, I mean, it's just
Um,
you'd have to
Ghostbusters
figure,
is
like, he's buying a ton for everything, and it's just like,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
the
insane.
bill's ridiculous, and I mean, I trying to think of the math, like, because it's like, so what did you have, like, did he rent the restaurant out? Because maybe that's what he did. Maybe he rented the place
If
out.
rented it out, that would make more sense.
Yeah, it has to be something like that. But then, like, the people that were there, so because clearly he didn't rent the whole place out. Just because there were other people that were just like, because there was one guy, when the guy's talking shit about like whooping his ass, he's like, whooping the guy's ass. Listen, he's like, I'll go outside with you. He's like, I don't give a fuck. He's like, you need to stop yelling at this guy. He says, I'll go outside. I don't give a shit if he's 75 years old. He's like, I'll work you. And so that guy knew the wrestling terms. He's like, oh, I'll work you right outside, pal. Like, you put this place over, but yeah, I'll work you, and it'll be a shoot. And I was like, oh.
I actually feel sorry for Ric Flair, to be honest. Like when I see him in that state, like he was on Kill Tony a few months back, and he was like really wasted and just saying, I can't be on. He's just making a fool of him, but it makes me sad to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, you don't want to be the last guy to leave the party.
Right? That's what he
Ric
is.
Flair is the last guy at the party
It's
for
true,
his
bro.
generation.
He just like Harvey Dent said, you want to live long enough to see yourself become a villain, and that's what happened. But he like of that generation, he's like one of the last people. So it's just like you party hard and you go crazy. It's like, hey, maybe you need to calm down. Like, nah, I'm not doing that.
Hey, his whole persona is sad, bro. I watched him on what was that knife show? Everybody's making knives and they're fucking whatever. Forged in Fire, I think it is. He was on an episode of that, and I was like, why? First of all, why? And second of all, oh my God, stop. Like, I love you, Rick. You gotta stop. Bro.
Even the 30 for 30 he did a few years ago, he was just like people thought it was hilarious because he's like, yeah, he's like when you're when you're faithful for a relationship, he's like, faithful. He's like, I've never been faithful once. He's like, I come home. He's like, the first thing I want to do is leave. He's like, I don't want to be there with those people. And then like they talk about him like drinking. Like, oh yeah, he's like, go home and just get smashed. He's like, I get drunk and pass out. He's like, rather than sit at home and be a dad, no, I'm good.
Ric Flair is an alcoholic that never got told to stop drinking, and he just does. That's what he does, man.
I mean, but that was the whole thing, like, because that's really like, you look back on that whole era, like, because even Bret Hart has stories about like how like they were doing cocaine in the back of different things. Like, yeah, coke is like, that's how he bonded and everything. So it's just like you go back to Ric Flair's, it's like drinking and drugs and everything like that. That's their whole life. So it's just like you're never gonna tell that man no. That's why he freaked out the way he did. It's like, yeah, you cut off. I'm cut off. I've never been cut off my entire life. Go fuck yourself. I'm drinking more.
And that's it. Ric Flair still thinks he's Ric Flair, but he never was Ric Flair. Sorry, Rick. Sorry, buddy.
He was at one time, but
So,
that was a long time ago.
I see
Now
Norman
he's
Rad is
just an angry grandpa.
I see Rad Art and Comics is asking for help.
He did. I said out loud that the Ghostbusters is already a comic, but it'd still be cool to see you draw it. What like a TV show or a movie into a comic? I think that's like the theme for Monday night for the Between the Lines. So I don't know. Why don't you pick like a stupid one like Cosby Show or something?
So hold on, it's blockbuster movies mixed with comics. So does that mean a blockbuster movie that's a comic, or does that mean they're mixing a actual movie with a comic character?
I think you're making the movie into a comic character kind of thing. Like that's what I took it as. Like, okay, Pretty in
Weekend
Pink.
at
Let's make
Bernie's
it a
mixed
comic.
with Dead Man.
Weekend at Bernie's mixed with Dead Man. Nice. That's a good one.
I don't know if that counts as a blockbuster, but
Yeah, what counts as a blockbuster?
It's a blockbuster.
Or do you mean blockbuster as in you had to go to Blockbuster at the time to buy them, rent the movie? Two totally different categories here.
I fucking first of all, I miss those times when you had to go to Blockbuster to buy movies.
Oh, that was the best.
Like that was part of the whole experience was taking the
Yeah.
date to the Blockbuster and going through and if you went to Jumbo eating the popcorn.
It took me hours
Yeah.
to get a film though.
That was the best. What'd you say, Glenn?
It took me hours to pick a film at Blockbuster. I didn't know what I wanted to watch, so I was there
But that was
forever.
the fun part. That was the fun part. Browse, you see some friends maybe, you get into some trouble, get some snacks. That's the whole point.
Switch cases, switch movie cases while you're in there.
Oh, yeah. Swap out the Jack Frost for the Jack Frost movies.
Yeah. Maybe Dune mixed with a comic. That's a cool. I like Dune a lot. But Dune
Me
has
too.
comics. Like I
So-
collect Dune comics.
Okay. That one is very easy because I can think of at least 3 things that you can mix the worms with. You've got, sandworms from Beetlejuice comic, also movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do a lot of stuff with any of that. You could also do, you could do those apparatuses, the breathing apparatus, but change it to Mr. Freeze. There's a lot of things you could do with Dune.
A blockbuster movie, eh?
What about Captain America with Knight Rider? Maybe.
Oh, like Knight Rider?
Yeah. He's got the car instead of his bike.
Like Kit Car? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Blockbuster movies, I don't know. Pick a blockbuster movie and change it into a comic. You got this. Make John Wick into Batman.
Yeah.
His dog can be Robin.
Oh, there you go.
That'd be great.
What are you gonna draw?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna draw.
Stumped already. Who's the guest for
Yeah.
tomorrow? Who's the guest?
Not sure who the guest is. I just got told what the theme
theme?
was. I didn't get told the guest. I don't think.
Oh. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's the 13th. I don't know.
But yeah, don't forget to check out Roscoe every Monday night. Doing the late night. No, he's doing the Between the Lines. He also does late night with Roscoe sometimes nowadays. Between the Lines is on Monday.
what about like a movie you wouldn't expect to be mixed with a comic, like Thelma and Louise, but with Harley and Poison Ivy?
That would
Oh, that's
work.
a good one. That's actually a really good
a
one.
really good one.
Yeah, that's a good one, Becker. That's nice. You can have them both making out in that car going over the cliff.
What about Katie? You ain't gonna like this one. I'm sorry. Howard the Duck, but with Scrooge McDuck
No, that works. That's good.
on Howard.
Change Howard into Scrooge. You got something. It was fun working at Blockbuster. Then they did screw themselves. Yeah, what happened? Didn't whatchamacallit did the same thing. Most companies are doing that now. Like Toys R Us did the same thing. They basically went out of business because they don't like technology.
Same thing happened to Kmart. Like the first thing you do when they get rid of the electronics department, that's the moment it starts dying because that's how you're getting people in there for all the entertainment stuff. Blockbuster, not Blockbuster, Best Buy is going to be dying like you have no business because they're not selling. They're getting rid of games and DVDs.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
gonna
what
kill
most
it.
people were buying.
Yeah, that brings in all your foot traffic, right? And
Yeah.
then, yeah, that's gonna kill a business. I don't know. That's a hard one.
What about Field of Dreams with Sandman?
Wow.
Like like DC Sandman, not Spider-Man
Yeah.
Sandman. I'm guessing. Yeah. Huh. That's a good one. That's not as good as the Thelma and Louise though. That Thelma and Louise was really
I'm
good.
working on it.
Huh.
I'm just thinking of big movies. You know what I mean?
What about Men at Work with again Batman and Robin on the back of a garbage truck? Yeah. Think of a blockbuster movie and just make it into a fucking cartoon. Okay, that's cool. I can do that.
Cartoon or comic?
Comic, but same
Young
thing.
Guns and Teen Titans.
Oh, Young Guns, Teen Titans. That's nice.
Yeah.
You could do that. You could have a Young Guns of any kind of team, I guess.
Yeah.
Young Guns, X-Men, Young Guns, Teen Titans.
I've got mine. The Warriors poster, but with the new Warriors.
There you
Oh,
go.
that's
There
a good
you
one,
go.
Becker.
There you
Good
go.
one. Nailed it.
Someone's got to do that
Mad
now.
Max. Mad Max with something?
I love Mad Max.
There's a ton of characters in bondage that you could easily fix that with. Oh, you could really do like the Transformers with that one because like they're gnarly ass vehicles.
GameStop could be getting purchased by Apple soon.
Whoa.
Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, movie and a comic, Baby Shack. Basically, a blockbuster movie.
Basically anything.
mixed with a comic book.
Most comics, cartoons are blockbuster movies, so you can really just
Yeah,
mix
but
so
you
many
gotta
things.
like, I don't know, pick one like, I don't know, Eyes Wide Shut or something, and then
Some
insert
weird
comic
stuff.
book
Yeah.
characters.
Yeah. But yeah, you could do it. There's so many cool things that you could do. Because you could even do like Ghost Rider would fit so many damn movies. Like you do Ghost Rider, but like in rad. Like
In Rad, like the oh my god, I haven't seen that in so long. Wow, that's an old one. Jesus.
I know, amazing.
But what about Gleaming the Cube? You could do I don't know, Static with Gleaming the Cube or something. Static Shock.
Okay.
Almost Famous with Dazzler.
Almost Famous, nice.
But as Taylor Swift.
Yeah, just draw Taylor Swift. Everybody will fucking cream their pants. Taylor fucking Swift.
There's some good ones. There's some good mixes for this you could do easily.
I'm just thinking of movie posters that would look good as a comic book cover now.
Oh,
But that's
there's
been
a
done
lot.
a lot too. That's been
Yeah.
done a lot.
That's basically what they're asking. A movie poster with comic book influence.
Okay. Oh, those are two movies. Damn it.
He-Man and Planet of the Apes.
Huh.
He-Man is your Mad Max bondage guy. What any of those villains from He-Man? That's what
Oh
you
yeah,
could
you
mix
could
with
use
Mad Max.
He-Man
Like,
for Mad
any
Max.
of them.
All
Any of them. They're all in bondage
Skeletor,
gear.
all of them. Yeah,
got his
that's a
fingers
good one
cut off.
actually. Yeah, He-Man for Mad Max would be really good.
We already had was it who was it? That he played the Doctor. He was in Starship Troopers, but he played that Doctor kid, didn't he?
Oh, Judy Hauser.
Yeah, Neil Patrick
Judy Hauser in
Harris.
Starship Troopers was already done, so can't do that.
Starship Troopers was great.
I love
Oh,
that
and-
film.
Oh, it was a
It
good
was
movie.
great
It was so
movie.
stupid.
Great.
It was so stupid, but like amazing. Get worse.
It makes no sense how some of those movies with no budget, and you're just like, that was a great movie. I don't care. It was fucking awesome. You did a
Because
good
it
job,
has
man.
dumb characters. It has just stupid, gratuitous violence. It has just
Jake
like
Busey.
It has the best one line.
oh,
in
I
any
love
movie.
that guy. I love him in The Frighteners.
I like all the news segments in that movie.
Oh yeah, that
Come on
was funny.
down.
All the propaganda. I'm doing
Yeah,
mine,
the propaganda.
Yeah.
So
There
good.
was, the best line that I'll never forget is when Dizzy got killed and he was standing over her and she said, "It's okay because I got to have you," and that was the last thing she said.
No, the last thing she said was when she was coughing up her blood.
Whoa, what? Oh, I wandered into a great conversation. What just happened? Someone's coughing up blood and killing people?
Yeah, Starship Troopers. When
Oh, I
Dizzy
haven't.
dies.
Corniest line ever.
What's
I
that
think I've
movie where
watched-
the truck? What's that movie where the truck wants to kill everybody? Like Overdrive or
Maximum
something?
Overdrive.
Maximum Overdrive.
Maximum
I watched
Overdrive.
that
You
last
can do
week.
you can do
Yeah,
Transformers with Maximum Overdrive.
Or you could have the Green Goblin literally on driving the truck.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I was gonna say, the truck has a Green Goblin face.
So awesome.
And I'm pretty sure that the guy driving the truck has a Jason mask on.
See, it's all working out.
Fried green tomatoes. I
No,
I don't know where that came into the conversation, but fried green tomatoes, everybody. Cassie
That's
Bates.
the kind of movies you should be thinking of, though. Movies that nobody's gonna pick.
Yeah.
Still
Right.
Magnolias. It's a lady team.
Like, I've been sitting here trying to think of a way to combine beaches with something.
What about
Sandman, right?
if you can combine Pink Cadillac with something, I'll love you forever.
Pink Panther.
Beaches combined with Goodfellas. There you go.
Oh, gold. Well, I was thinking something really.
One's a
weird.
singer, the other one's a criminal. That's how she funds the other one's singing career. But then she has to repent when her friend, who's the singer, like gets cancer. Right itself. It writes itself. Beaches, boom. Printer Tides. Make that into another movie. Printer Tides and combine that with like Dracula.
Princess
I never
Bride
seen-
would be a good one.
Stephen
I've never
Hawking
seen
in
Printer
Silver
Tides.
Bullet.
I just like the name.
He's not a
What
part
about-
character.
It's really hard to hear you, Glenn. Your audio is really low.
Oh,
The
is that
problem,
It's about the same.
see, the problem I have with this is that like I'll name movies I'll name movies just because I know their names, but I've never seen them before.
How about that?
I've
Oh,
never
way
seen
better.
Poet Society, but Dead Poet Society. Combine that with what would be a good Dead Poet Society combination movie? Like
That's a
something
tricky
that-
one.
Wow.
That's a
I
great
guess
movie.
you're gonna have to go Deadpool. The Deadpool Society. You could just do Deadpool.
No, Dead Poet Society. Combine it with like Star Trek or something like that. They're out in space.
You're
Also,
combining
um,
a comic book with a movie, not
Yeah.
movies and movies.
Oh, I see. All right, never mind. Here we go. All right.
Also, the
So,
second
like
one, like
the Deadpool Society would be a very good one. That's a good one.
Silver
this for,
Bullet
like,
and
Between
Stephen
the
Hawking.
Silver
Is that for
Bullet.
like? Is it for Between the Lines?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Oh, shit! I got you with that. All right, beaches
Oh.
and beaches.
How about Dick
And-
Dastardly and Muttley with Fast and the Furious?
There you go. That's great.
Dirty Dancing with Rogue and Gambit.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
good one. That's a good one.
That's funny.
Actually,
I like that.
I could tell you an amazing one just because it's one that I'm thinking of for doing a commission. The Dirty Dozen with like the GI Joes or the Transformers. It's a very hard commission to get done because it's gonna cost a lot of money. But
That's
if
gonna
you
cost a fortune, buddy.
oh yeah, of course, 12 characters. Obviously, do like a jam piece with it, but 12 characters, and they're all just kind of shooting forward. And that'd be kind of good.
Are you gonna get a person to do each character? Or are you gonna try and get someone to do the whole commission?
Probably, no, I would never do that one commission just because that probably costs more in terms of getting like you have one person do the layout and then they'll do like a character and then you just kind of find people with time to do a character.
Ooh.
Although, depending on what people's prices are, though, it could be more expensive than having someone do one. But I mean, if you're gonna tell somebody like, yeah, can you do 12 characters? Like you're already talking about like $1,200 just on its own.
Guys, it's nap time.
Battle with the Planets and 18.
Have a good nap, buddy. Very nice to have you here.
Very jealous of your nap time right now.
Always good. Always good.
Bye, Beck.
I'm
Have a
also
good one,
jealous
mate.
of your nap time. I'm jealous. I can't wait
Boston
to go
Chris,
home
good
and
talk. K-pop, Glenn, Renee, Desktop Parte.
Give him a pal Jason, motherfucker.
I don't know, something Frenchy. I couldn't think of
Like,
Renee.
how about like Remy LeBeau? I don't know.
Yeah.
Frenchie.
He's
Gerard
cool.
Depardieu.
He's Cajun Frenchy.
What
That's
about
like
D'Artagnan?
cool French.
D'Artagnan's good.
Yeah, D'Artagnan.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Escargot.
Anyway,
I love you, buddy. Have a good rest, Matt Becker.
Bye.
Bye, mate. How about Battle with the Planets and 18? Would that work?
You could do something like that.
What about They Live? Can you do anything with They Live? I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
Shaun of the Dead.
No, something with like a dead character, a dead man character. You could do Dead Man They Live. Something with any Marvel Zombies They Live. There you go. Just have like a zombified whatever.
Hardcore till I die, man. Till I die.
Oh, there you go. And he died 5 minutes later.
Oh, no, it ain't going to work.
You could do a if someone could find a way to pull off like a Nightmare on Elm Street with what's it called, with Wolverine because of Claw, or with Sabretooth.
With Sabretooth and Wolverine, Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
See, now that it's a comic book, you could do The Fog with Pineapple Express because of all the smoking.
Mm.
No, that's terrible. Never mind.
What about actually?
Fantastic Four is the Goonies. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, you could do that. Although, like, actually, you could do that easily. You could have that poster where they're all hanging from each other. You just have Reed hugging the little spire coming down from the cave top, and then like he's being stretched out, and then you see all the rest of them hanging onto their legs.
Although if I was gonna do something for as far as the Goonies go, I might use the character the Goon, and use that font, the title and stuff. So there could be something there with the Goon and the Goonies.
Perfect. Werewolf by Night and Teen Wolf. Boom.
Boom. Jumanji with something. Yeah, Jumanji's a good one.
Jumanji. Oh, you could do that with like actually, you know what you could do Jumanji with? You could do that with what's his name? Commandy.
Basically, I think it's gonna be like all come down to the header. People recognize it.
All right, Ghost Rider and Akira. There you go. Can do. See. The Running Man, something would be kind of cool.
The Flash.
Yeah, you'd have to do the Flash on the Running Man or something. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I've only said that because it's on. I think it's on television right now. So it's just like, oh.
Running Man's on TV right now?
Yeah.
Do you know who directed that?
That's a movie that I would stop and watch. If it's on TV, I almost always stop and watch it.
That's a good one.
I know Stephen King wrote it.
Trading Places.
Stephen King wrote the book, but
yeah, I don't know who directed the movie.
The director was Paul Michael Glazer, Starsky and Hutch.
All right.
He played Starsky.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna think it might have been like, oh, like maybe it was Paul Verhoeven who did RoboCop, And I think did he
Yeah.
do Starship Troopers too?
They done RoboCop, Starship Troopers, and they
Yeah.
done Total Recall.
Yes, yes. Total Recall. I think Total Recall was probably his. I mean, outside like I like RoboCop, but I
like
think
all
Total
three of
Recall was
those.
probably like his overall best made movie.
Have you seen the remake of Total Recall? It's really good.
No, I haven't
bad.
seen that yet.
I liked it.
Yeah, a lot of action.
It's a lot closer to what the book is.
Yeah. The Michelin Man. Poppin' fresh. The Marshmallow Man and
Michelin
Beans.
Men Beatles.
Yeah.
Of course, we got a lot of Cthulhu.
I saw a deep fake yesterday with Henry Cavill talking about the Superman suit. It's really funny. Some guy making out his Cavill. The accent was terrible, but it was funny.
Did he have a mustache?
Yep.
I don't even understand how that happened.
It was doing Man from U.N.C.L.E., wasn't he? And he couldn't. He went to do
I get-
reshoots.
I know why and how,
Oh,
but I
okay.
don't understand how they could let that happen.
Right.
Like, you know what? We're gonna put this out. Don't you think it looks good? Yeah. Everybody in the whole office was like, "Oh, that looks great." I can't tell he has a mustache underneath that shitty fucking CGI.
Yeah.
I don't understand how somebody let that happen in real life. I'm like, no, man, we gotta reshoot this. Fucking bullshit.
The Crow just come out on 4K, and it is an amazing copy, like amazing transfer.
Well, that's the problem is that I think that they got so comfortable with CGI. Like, no one's gonna notice this. Like, are you serious? Of course. Like CGI really as much as it can make things amazing. If it's not done right, man, like it stands out like a sore thumb, and there's nothing you can do to decide. Like, that's not what we meant to do. Like I remember with the Flash movie, they basically said like, oh, it has to. You see, the reason it looks bad is because we're seeing things through he's moving so quickly that everything kind of looks just shitty. That's the way it is. It's like,
Yeah.
we didn't take the time
That was
to do
bullshit.
it.
That's a lie.
Yeah. They straight up said,
Actually-
like, no, it's supposed to look like that because of the way I was like, well, what about when he's not in the Speed Force and he's just saving those fucking babies? Like, those babies look horrible.
Well, it's supposed to look like that because they went back to 1989 to get the other Batman, you see. So they're using 1989 special effects. That's why. That's what happened.
I actually
It's
enjoyed the
funny.
film. I don't know why. I liked it.
Of course you did because you got to see the stupid
Chris Evans Supergirl.
Supergirl. Yeah. That's what I said. Like, as soon as it doesn't matter what, like they literally could have made the
Boner.
worst movie of all time. But as soon as they brought in 1984 Supergirl, Glenn's all in. He's like, nope, this
Oh,
is
yes.
the greatest movie we're having.
I'm just happy they brought in the fucking Nicolas Cage Superman. That's amazing.
Oh, that was horrible, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was amazingly horrible.
Did you see the
Awesome.
video about it? He said he just stood in the room and said a few things, and what they showed was totally different from what he was taken into the room for. It's
He
really
didn't
weird.
even do it. All he did was just stand there. He's just like,
Yeah, they just gotta scan you nowadays.
Yeah.
That's literally all he did. He just sat there. They just sat there and they a little thing, and all of a sudden just like, and all of a sudden just like the light, and he's just like, and then they just faded back,
Digitized.
and then
Don't
they
need
faded
you.
back, and as they faded back, he was just like, so he made his face look like this, and then he just faded back like that, and then they just
Literally, they did a forward motion and then they rewound it. That's what they did. It was
Right,
ridiculous.
exactly. They just sit there like, oh,
They're like-
okay, so they just sat there and then just put him back, and then I was like,
They were
and
like,
they're
did George Lucas do this in Star Wars? Let's use that trick again from 1970.
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
Reverse explosions.
He was
Same with he did that in the desert with the desert fucking desert person trying to kill Luke. That guy never raised up his staff 3 times and whatever. It was all like,
Yeah,
they
it's just once, wasn't
they
it? It's like
yeah. They just sort of did some fancy bullshit.
up
with
down,
it.
up down, up down.
Yeah. But
like
no
he's
one
doing
knows.
weight training.
Yeah. But
What do you guys think? You think we should get out of here a little early today?
Yeah, I actually got to take off myself.
That's fine. I'm charging my iPad anyway.
These.
Yeah. Usually we go to about 3:30 when I'm at the market. Today, I'm feeling like feel like today. I think now's the time to end it. I think it is.
I think it might be.
Yeah. What do you got going on this week, Chris? Anything?
I think this Wednesday should be having a graphic content episode. Just gotta coordinate with Hudat to make sure that he's that we're gonna do it. But I'm pretty sure we will, because this is our every other week thing. So this week we would have it, and then I don't know if I'm gonna be on the hunt on Friday or not, just because Saturday is the graduation for my job. So we're doing the commencement, and it's a very, very early day and long day. So I may be on the hunt, I may not. But we will let you know if more about graphic content, because I'm pretty sure we're doing it this week. So keep an eye on that, and that's all I got going on right now.
Awesome. Glenn, what do you got going on?
Nothing really, just waiting around for things to happen now. Everything's in the pipeline, so see how things go.
Everything is like going forward, I'm guessing, with you, and you're doing
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, everything's good. I'm doing okay. I'm just waiting on benefits and stuff like that, and then moving house. So.
Well, that's good to hear, Glenn. Honestly, that's really good that you're doing okay. That's nice.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that.
And of course, you're always welcome at church. So come on in.
Thank you very much. Yep, I'll be here as much as I can now.
Beautiful. Miss K-pop, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yes.
Are you dead?
Here, I'll turn my stupid camera on. Hi.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi.
What
I have
do you
a
got coming up?
show tonight at 8, and then this whole week is a mixture of streaming plus the AAPI month with Nam and Otaku, and then Comic-Con this weekend. So if you guys are coming to Motor City, hit me or Phil's Treehouse up, because we are planning on doing meetups all weekend. Except for Phil, will only be there one day, so get in touch with us so we can figure out that.
Yeah. K-pop's gonna sleep a grand total of an hour and a half this weekend, so
Pretty much.
She's like, I'll sleep in a month. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, next
Catch me here on Sundays, every Sunday. I'll be at home next week, so it'll be a little more of a better stream. But regardless of that, always a good time. I think I'll be on the hunt this week. I wasn't on Biggie's show this week. I took the week off for Comic Collector Club, but I will be on the next week. And go watch Biggie Shack, Comic Collector Club. He also does his top 10 Biggie Shack commandments or something of that nature, I believe it's called, and showing you 10 books a week that he thinks have good spec value and good things for the future. So go check him out. And I think that's all. Go watch
auction on the 25th.
We have an auction on the 25th. It's going to be a good auction. I'm hoping some good books will be back by then. Some CGC. We'll have some good raw stuff as well. Always good prices. Always a good time. Come on down. Support. Even just being there. If you don't want to buy anything, just hang out and chat. We appreciate you all there. So come on down for that. I think that's everything I'm doing. If not, you know where to find me. And I guess let's keep this going.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. You guys are all awesome.